you'd get when you wear a headset, a VR headset, and you're not in this plane, you're not in this world anymore. You're taken to like a new environment, like a new world. That's virtual reality. What augmented reality is you still have the real plane. I think of augmented reality as dream. So it's still a graphic art. You could also have code. So you notice that the first one is like a game, like an AR game. It's a blinking game, right? This one is also a blinking game. I think the rest are filters, right? Then I think the one at the bottom is like I think they will have to play it for you to understand it. So the one at the bottom is actually what we're trying to talk about. That's like using augmented reality to elevate like artwork, basically. Okay, this you can scroll. So yeah, this is me as a designer. Like I said, I was always interested in products. So this is me as a product designer. I worked on a stool. This is like a stethoscope, like a very very small stethoscope that can fit on your wrist. This is to play this video. This is like a lamp. It's like a combination of a lamp and a torchlight, right? Then this was an action figure I worked on. I worked on with someone here, Hussein. I think it's somewhere at the back. I saw him. So he did like the 3D sculpt for that, and we got it manufactured. So it's an actual like hardware product. So okay, this doesn't really fall into the category of what this is, but this was like it was for a listening party in the metaverse. It was like a whole architectural environment. I worked on it with an architect, and this is. I think we would now have to I would now have to discuss like what I'm actually here for. So like elevating art to augmented reality. Just go here. So yeah, I think this was a video my company worked on for Tech Cabal and Moonshot. So it's augmented reality. So you have a poster basically. So that's the poster on the wall. So you have a poster on the wall. No, keep playing that particular video. No, yeah. So you have a poster on the wall, and when you like use your mobile device to look at it, it basically comes to life. Let's think of it as it's coming to life in augmented reality. So with your phone. So with this, I think why AR is a very interesting tool is that you could always create, like when you create like a digital work and it gets printed, or you create something like traditional art and you have it displayed, you can always continue the narrative. It doesn't end there as just it being art, as just being what it was. Do you get? So with AR, you can always overlay something over it, right? So I'm going to speak about two artworks. The first one is Unseen Bridge. I worked on it this year. It was, you could scroll. So Unseen Bridge was a commissioned work for GIZ. I do not know how to pronounce it. So GIZ is a German development, I think is a popular development organization in Germany. So they commissioned an artwork for an event in Kigali, Rwanda. So they wanted me to work on an artwork that also had something else, like that also had something different. Do you get? So it was something about how you could obviously, like, the narrative doesn't stop at it being something that's just displayed. So it's something that people can engage with, something that is immersive, and that was basically what I created. So I'm not going to go into details about like how like the actual artwork was done. So I use two softwares mostly. I use Blender and I use Spark AR, right? So the artwork in itself was created with Spark AR, while the artwork in itself was created with Blender. Actually, it was 3D. So while the effect was done with Spark AR. So could you scroll? So yeah, hold on. So this is the second one I'm going to be breaking down to. So this was done, I think last year. Yeah, it was last year. If you've been to Falomo Bridge, you'll probably see some artwork on pillars, right? So now in this case, in the first case, it was an artwork I had to create, and I had to like make the AR for that particular artwork. But in this case, this is like something that was already existing. I don't know when it was done, but it was already existing, right? So what I had to do was I took a photograph of the pillars. I think I made two experiences for this, but I think just one is being displayed there. So I took a photo of the pillars, and here, I think I would say I used AR as VFX. So AR is like real-time VFX. So when you watch movies and you see like some of the effects in those movies, those effects are done like beforehand. Like they are done like while they were making the movie, and they give the movie to you. But with AR, you can actually experience like that particular thing. It is real time. It is not done like with the video. Like you can actually watch it and actually record your video. So that's one way I thought about like AR. So doing like real time VFX that people can experience in real time, right? So please scroll. Okay, I'll just speak a little bit before I break down like those two artworks. I'll just speak a little bit on how AR can elevate art. So interactive narrative. So like I've always been saying, you could have a particular artwork, right? And you want to say something after, you want to say something before. So it makes it timeless. So it's interactive. You could have like an artwork where you have the subject, which is a lady, and it's just static because it's just an image. But with AR, you could do something else with it, basically. Then still the same thing, immersive experience, still the same thing, participatory engagement. So you let people participate. You get. So the other thing is temporal layer. I think what temporal layer actually means is like something that has to do with time. It's timeless. So the artwork can always be updated. With AR, you can always create something over the artwork. So it makes it timeless, basically. You have like an artwork you did 2 years ago. You got to sell the painting. You can always create an experience for it, and when whoever owns it, wherever it is, they can always scan it and see the AR over it, basically. Enhanced learning. So I did not. So enhanced learning is really simple. You could use AR for like a lot of things to learn. I worked on a project like 2 years ago where you could physically see how the molecules of water combine. So two molecules of hydrogen. So you can actually like move those molecules with your phone, and you combine them to like form water. Okay, community building, still like similar, like the work I spoke about. I did for GIZ. So you have could you scroll? Okay, just play the video so you see how it works. So this is like an actual pillar. So with AR, the stuff opens up. So what I did with that is more like I was sort of like creating like my own version of what it could be, right? And so it opens up. I don't think it is complete. Okay, yeah, it is complete. So this is an actual pillar. If you were not using your phone, you'd actually just see a pillar. Then when like your phone camera recognizes like the actual pillar, then it like brings out the effect. Then you can play the other one. So like you see how like the art transforms. Like before it like sees the artwork, you would see like there's like an original still image there, right? Then you have something that is immersive. It's almost like a portal. Like you could actually feels like you could go into the screen. So I'll be breaking down these two. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to assume people understand 3D a little bit because of how I prepared the slide, right? So could you scroll? Okay, yeah. So majority of what's being done was done. Could you pause for me? So majority of what's been done is like full on 3D. So I believe if you want to be able to like create, it's not necessary, but if you want to be able to create like augmented reality experiences, you need to have like a knowledge of a little bit. You need to have knowledge of 3D basically. So what I did was, I'm not sure if I had the image of the actual artwork, but you could think of it as like this banner here, right? So this banner here is like the image in the center. So what they are going to be tracking is that image in the center, right? So what I then now did is I created things around it. So basically behind that um, actual image, which is the one to be scanned in real life. So that's what you see as this. Let's just call it a small living room, like behind it. So I didn't put the models in it, like I didn't put them here, but because I was just like trying to explain how this is. So could you continue playing it? Continue playing. And pause it here. So now I now had to like make a box over it. So what this box is like an occluder, right? So it's like a full-on box. So you know, if you just had the image, right, and you try to put this and you try to like just add the 3D to the image, you would still have to see like those environments. It doesn't look immersive. Like it looks off. Like you would notice there'll basically be no immersion. So what this box is basically an occluder. So wherever it is, it will hide what is behind the box, and it will leave that hole open. So that's why I created the box. So this is, I think, is a very very simple thing to do. Like for a 3D artist, all you need is the experience you want, your occluder, and the tracking image. So the tracking image is that like first image that was there, which could be anything. It could be this banner. I could have set this banner, like I could take a photograph of this banner and set it as the tracking image, and you could have the same like experience replicated. Could you keep playing? I think that's pretty much it. So just pause it here. So now I said it was an occluder and it was going to hide the things behind. The reason why you don't see it hiding the object behind it is because this is still the project in Blender, which is just the 3D software. It is not the augmented reality software, right? So I think if you figure out how to use like the other software, you just need to like reduce the opacity of the occluder, and when you drop the opacity, it just becomes transparent. So just scroll to the next. Okay, so I was just like showing how I basically created. So these models are very very rapid. They were created rapidly. So there were 3 female models in the experience. The first one was done in DAZ Studio. So DAZ is like a very very, I think of it as a very fast way to create models, like human models. Then the other 2, because there's a problem with how you can bring 3D into AR. So when you create some things, they're usually like really high poly, and they have like well, depending on how it is made, the actual textures might be too heavy. So for things to like run like real time, for things to go smoothly real time, you have to really really decimate. So decimate is like reducing the poly count like really low, and you also have to like reduce the size of the textures for it to work. So if you use models from DAR Studio, those are very very high poly models. You're running into like 1 million poly counts on DARs, right? So I had to reduce the poly counts. I'll explain how I did that later on. Like, it's not so difficult. Then the other models were not so high poly. So there's like another software I used, which is basically for making avatars. It's called Ready Player Me. So I made these 2 models from like just rapidly made them from Ready Player Me, and I tweaked them a bit so you could scroll. Yep. So this was what I was talking about, where you could pause it. This is what I was talking about when I said the the occluder, like I mentioned the occluder. So there was that box that I mentioned. You can see like you cannot see that box anymore, right? So the box has basically hidden like what is like around that box. It's basically hidden those things. So you only see what is inside. So that's how you're able to hide something within the frame in augmented reality. I think play the rest of the video, then you can scroll. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, you can scroll. Yeah, pause. So this one is for the pillars. So those pillars they were not things I made. They were not artworks I made. They were things that were already existing. It could be a building. It could be anything solid. But what you have to do is like try to recreate it in 3D. So how I did that was I just took a photographs of the pillars, as many as possible, just like photographs. Then there's something called, I think it's called texture projection. It's just basically you take a photo of something and you try to project it from that plane. So it was very simple because it was a pillar. So I just created a cylinder. So that experience was basically done with a cylinder done in 3D, right? Then I projected the texture, which were those photographs I made, projected those textures on the pillar, and that was how I got it. So it looks almost similar. So when you try to use the effect, you probably won't know when the pillar changes to the 3D pillar. But it's actually just very simple cylinders. If you see, yeah, this is not so clear, but you notice like they're just simple cylinders, right? Very, very low poly count. So you could scroll. So now here, I don't know if this should be a video. Is this a video? Oh. Okay, I'm running out of time. But yeah, it's not a video, but this is how I explained how I made the animation. So because I already made the pillar, if you already have like the pillar in itself, you can now like try to manipulate the pillar like any way you'd want to. I could split it in half, I could do anything, but you can now bring that animation into Spark AR, and that's how I made that pillar animation. Scroll. Okay, yeah, this is basically it in Spark. So it's very simple. You can see the image, like the actual image of what you would see in real life. So you always need like a tracking image, which is the artwork. Even if it's like a solid item, you always need like tracking image to like place the 3D over it, basically. Scroll. Okay, yeah. So, well, challenges I faced is always. I feel like these challenges are very, very common, like to AR, not just this project, like AR in general. Like optimizing your models for AR, it might be very complex, but point is, some platforms just have like, what's it called? They have like a limit of poly count, so like how dense it can be, and they also have like the texture thing. And I think the other challenge is like enhancing the immersion. Like, how can you make it, look real, like as real as possible? Because to be honest, you can just make a video and just overlay like the video, like on any plane or a photo, and it just works, right? So with 3D, it just makes it looks better, right? Because instead of just having a video, it's like you just place something on it. So with 3D, you could enhance how it looks. And in the next slide, I explain how I would normally tackle like these challenges. So it's sort of like, just think of it as free game, right? So you can scroll down. So to pause. So to reduce poly counts, to optimize any model, you have like a really high high fidelity model, and you want to reduce it for AR. There's this software called Rapid Compact. It's actually not a software. It's, just think of it as a website. So this is like all the models I used and how I optimized them. So this is like one of the lady model I had, and I brought it into Rapid Compact to optimize. But I believe like the biggest problem of people doing 3D trying to do AR is like, how do I get my models into AR? Like, what's possible to get? Like, how do I optimize it? So very, very quick way is to use Rapid Compact. Then if you already had an animation on it, you might need to like reanimate. Depends on how much it reduces the poly count, right? Then the other thing, just scroll. Yeah, and then the other way to like make it, the other way to like make something more like more immersive is to like use reveals, right? So, but this was the moonshot thing I shared earlier. So this was basically a simulation. It's like it's a cloth simulation done in Blender, but you can't make cloth. You can't use cloth in AR. Some software do not support cloth. So what's been done here is in Blender it's called, I think it's blend shapes, right? So you do okay. So you do the animation and you would like bake it into like a blend shape, and I think that works. I think my time is almost up, so you could just scroll. I think just scroll to like the last slide. So yeah, you just stop here. So this slide is basically looking at the future. So like what's next, like what's possible in the future. So I think what we might have in the future is like AR goes beyond like mobile phones. Like you now have headsets. You now have some AR gadgets. You could have like sensory gloves. So it means like you could just wear your glasses and you look around and you have like things being overlaid on the real world, like with AR. This is like the possible future, like with AR. Then yeah, last slide. That's last page, right? Thank you. If you have
Okay, thank you for that. We'll be taking 3 questions before we proceed. I want one of the questions to come from that side, and yeah, let me take you.
Okay. Thank you. That was a very beautiful presentation.
thank you.
So I have 2 questions, specific questions, right?
Okay.
The first one is the second project you did for the pillar.
Yeah.
Right? Did you have to get like a real life scale of the?
No, I don't. You
pillar
don't need
itself?
to. You don't
Okay.
need to. So it scales to the image. So
Okay.
it depends on what. It's basically recognizing a particular image. So if you take the image of this thing, it's going to scale depending on how you arrange that model. It's going to scale to how you place it in
Okay.
the software. So it just
Oh.
scales it automatically.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah.
nice. Then the second one is the software you showed, and not the website for decimating.
Rapid compact.
Yes.
Yeah.
How does it control where the poly count lies?
Yeah. So there are options to choose because there are a lot of software to make AR. There's Spark AR, Lens Studio, Unity. So there are options to choose like what you're taking it to.
Oh,
Right. So if I'm taking Spark AR, I can choose that. But there's sometimes where it doesn't work. Right. So you can now actually like pick like how you want your poly count to be. And also pick like your textures. If you want like an atlas texture, you want to pick everything to one texture.
compact.
All
Yeah.
of that. Yeah. Basically.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Question from here. Any question?
Could you show like the last slide? Or have you removed it? Okay. Is that all?
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so talking about optimizing your models. So I've done a project for somebody, and the character was supposed to be used for a game, and the poly count was too much. So the individual asked me to optimize until it starts losing resemblance. So how do you, if you're working for somebody that wants a particular, like a client that wants me, and he wants that model to look exactly like me, and you optimize, and you start losing that likeness, how do you manage? Have you ever encountered something similar?
Yeah, I have, but I think it will depend. It will depend on the use case. So there was a project I did. I think I displayed it here. It was like a running game. It was a running game, right? So we had a 3D model to use, but like since the use case was for the object to just run between the screen, we decided to render out that animation of it running. Like we just rendered it in as a flat image, but like image sequence. So just rendered out the image sequence, and since it was just there flat, you just needed that image sequence with alpha channel, so it's transparent. You just have that image sequence on it, and we found out that works. Like they didn't care whether it was like solid 3D, but it looked 3D to them. So that could be one way that could solve the problem. Then the other way would be maybe having to like use another platform, right? Because sometimes it just won't work, just like really fully. So I think sometimes you can do is that limit for Spark AR. If the limit is 100 poly counts, right? Just think of it as if you have like a human model now. Okay, let's not use a human model. If you have a model where like it is, you have things being repeated, so like the eyeballs repeated, right? You can just bring in just one, and when you bring it into Spark, you duplicate it. When you duplicate it, it doesn't count anymore. It's just basically like what's it called, like instancing, right? So you could always like just for example, if you have like you're making something for a store and you have shelves and you're going to have like 100 shelves. If you have like a shelf that's just like it takes, let's say, 2,000 poly counts, and you're going to duplicate it, and it's going to be a lot. Just bring in one shelf, and you can duplicate it as many times as you want. It won't affect the poly counts. It only affects the poly counts of the asset, not like what you're bringing inside. So maybe that could be a way that solves the problem. I think for the model, the female model, I had to like cut out like what was inside the shirt, right? So the skin inside the shirt, I took it out so it could like be small enough to fit. Yeah. Have I answered the question? Okay.
Okay, we have a question from here.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Okay, sir, you said something about how does AR elevate act. So my question is, how does AR elevate act? So my question is, how does interactive narrative elevate act?
Okay, that's AR. How does it?
Yes.
So, like what I will basically everything I displayed, right, is having like an artwork, or having anything. It could be solid. It could be like physical artwork, like a statue, or it could be like an image. What it does is you have something else. You have something else to place over it. You have something else, like a story to tell after. So if you have like an artwork that you made, and you want to like make a second version of it, you could use AR to do that, right? If you have like an artwork, for example, I noticed that particular pillar I showed, there was a point where they had to paint one, and during COVID they had to like put like a face mask over it, right? They had to paint it over it. You could have like AR and use AR to like place that face mask on it. That's another way, right? So there are so many ways it could like elevate art. So I just gave those two examples. Is that fine? Right, I think that's all. So I don't know if anybody else has like questions. You can reach me at Miracle at Floats Anywhere.
So,
Okay.
I want to ask, like, the AR process in itself, is it so much of a creative process, or is it just straightforward? Like, is it just a skill that you can learn and just apply it straight, or it needs to take a large amount of creativity for you to do it?
Well, I started learning AR like 2019. I was still in school. So what I would say is you just need to know, like, you don't I think you don't just come into AR. You need to like know something before. Like, you need to have been a designer, you need to have been familiar with 3D beforehand. You get, so you just need to like know those basic things. I think one thing you need to know is like just think in 3D. Like, think of things as like a space, think of things as a box. Because everything is made out of primitive shape, right? This box is made out of boxes. This is made out of things that made bone, right? So it's just like you just have these things, like merge them together and just keep editing till you get your shape, right? So everything is made out of something primitive. So that's how I try to solve these problems, like think in 3D, right? Then, well, YouTube is your friend. Like, everything I learned, YouTube. I don't think I've paid for any course, like, to learn 3D or AR. I doubt I have. Just basically YouTube, right? And from YouTube, you can find resources, because like people that make these tutorials always have like a link to something. So yeah, YouTube, straightforward. I think
Okay.
that's all. I was just going to say, like, if anybody has like questions you don't want to ask here, or you want to reach out to me, you could use my email, miracle@floatsanywhere.com, right? Or you could go through like my company, so floatsanywhere.com. That's my company. Just floatsanywhere.com, and you could like talk to us from there, right? And well, Instagram, floatsanywhere. My personal Instagram, my name, Miracle Otugo. It was nice doing this presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for that session. We'll be moving straight to, um, we have another case study presentation by Collard. He's an artist, 3D artist, and he has done a couple of things with how storytelling is done through art. And let's welcome Collard.
Thank you. Ah, wow, wow, wow. How's everybody doing? One answer now. This is Lagosmeet, not Lagos beef. Relax, relax. At least a lot of people get to do meetings, you know. So I think we as graphic designers too, we deserve to do meetings. Get let's unwind, share our experiences. So feel at home. I want to put in a small disclaimer. Kids don't speak pidgin. They're supposed to be speaking correct English, but I tend to flip through pidgin English and English sometimes, just because I'm a Nigerian and there's these nuances that I like to make so that it go enter where. You understand? I hope nobody has a problem with that. Okay, we can go. Okay, my name is Collide Prime. That's my brand name. I've been doing this thing for over 2 decades. Basically, from the age where I could hold a pencil, biro, I was always drawing on the walls. So they thought that, okay, the only solution we can give to this child is to buy him a book. It didn't stop me from drawing on the walls, but at least it helped me. At least I have a reference I can always go back to. So I think I was telling someone the other day that if you put together, I'm in my mid-30s, if you put together the days I didn't draw throughout my life, which is over like 3 decades, if you put it together, it won't get to like, maybe that day I wasn't feeling fine, or I was in the hospital, or I was in the market. If you put it together, it's not going to be up to 1.5 years. Do you get? So it looks like I've been drawing all my life. And my professional journey started when I was in school, the University of Lagos. And I studied graphic arts. And the wonderful thing about creative arts is that you get to do everything. You get to do arts, you get to do music, and you get to do theater. So it really helped me because I was like an all-rounder. I think the only thing I really don't do is 3D graphics and animation, because I'm still learning animation, but everything else I do. So it's a privilege to be here. I'm an illustrator. Firstly, I always like to introduce myself as an illustrator, because that's how I started, before graphic arts, before any other thing. Do you get? So when Coca called me and was like, oh, we're having Lagosmeet, do you get? And I was just like, okay, I'm just going to do this dope ass poster for it, and I did this. And basically it's been ups, downs, learning, unlearning, working for people. I've worked for over like 8 advertising agencies, probably 15 advertising agencies, both freelance and as a full staff. What else? I think that's about I think that's a good introduction. Next slide. So I have to make this brief as possible. I was going through the airport. I was dropping a family member at the airport, so I was supposed to take the car back home. And I noticed some foreigners, and me and my cousin were discussing, and he looked at me and said, is there like any guide, like a tourist, like a map or a guide or a book that sort of like informs foreigners on how, you know, they should behave, or what to expect when they get to Lagos or Nigeria as a whole? But we're discussing, we're like, okay, what of even Lagos? Is that anything like that? And we entered Glendora, which is a very popular bookstore in the airport, and we really couldn't find anything like that. So he was like, why don't you do something like that? And I was like, that's cool. So it was like in the beginning of this year. And you know me now, in my own fashion, I'm like, okay, I'll do this, but I don't like anything formal. I don't like all this stuck up, politically correct. I always like to be edgy. I always like to talk about things people don't want to talk about. I always like to, experiment or like, touch things or put a spotlight on things that we as Nigerians or Lagosians don't talk about. So if you're familiar with my works, my comics, whatever, you always find that edge in it. So I was like, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do, and that's what I named the project. I'm going to do an unauthorized guide to Lagos. So that when you're coming into Lagos, you know the real thing that is going to happen to you. Do you get? So I'm going to mention these things, and I'm going to sort of like tackle it. And it was great because I was not just putting a spotlight on some of the problems we have as Lagosians, do you get? But also I was running like a good social commentary. I was doing satire at the same time, and I didn't want people to just read it and it's too formal. So I decided to add cartoons to it so that people can digest it and have fun digesting it. Do you get? Sort of like what you see here. Elasma, I'm sure you've seen something like this before. If you commute the city, you've seen like a last mile guy like trying to remove the key from someone's car and stopping him indiscriminately. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to do things around that. Do you get? When you see a last mile guy, you know what to expect. You get, this is what you have to do and stuff like that. So this is one of the cartoons that you find in the book. This is the book right here. You get, and I had to take some pages out, but I would do a revised version, and I was putting it for sale, and I promised those people who ordered first that they will not only get the revised version for free, I'm going to give them another comic for free. So if you want to read any of my comics, I'm at Collide Prime on Instagram. You can always DM me. I'll try and get my comics to you. Thank you. Next slide. This one was, I don't know, it speaks for itself. Like, you know, as they go now for Lagos, rush hour. Do you get? So I'll explain this one now. you get. So you see what I'm saying? I was trying to, make them know what really happened. Do you get? Not that you go to the bus stop, you stand and expect the downfall driver to wait for you. No, it won't happen. Do you get? Next slide. Do you get? That's the cover. So I want to tell African stories. I mean, the other day I was watching Netflix, and has anybody watched this Netflix cartoon called The Black Samurai? What's Yasuke? Then you see, now, do you remember in Yasuke that there was this character that was a medicine man, and anytime he wants to fight, he summons like some spirits or some warriors, and when I saw it, they were Benin warriors. Yes, Benin warriors fighting. Like, this was a manga, it was an anime with mad graphics, mad animation, and I was like, yo, did anybody see that it was Benin? Wait. What's going on here? Did you get? So I called one of my friends. I was like, yo, Benin culture is on Netflix and nobody's saying anything about it. And it was like, oh, lying, how now? You're lying. And you know how to watch, and he called me back and was like, yo, what is going on? People are telling our stories for us. Meanwhile, some of us, like I took a short comic book to an executive in one of these big banks in Nigeria, and I was like, yo, I was trying to get her to like invest in it, let us print it as a graphic novel and all that, and she was like, yo, this is a mad idea, that she was thinking about it too, that okay, I should give her time, she wants to present it to her other colleagues. And then she called me, she was like, I'm sorry, my other colleagues don't get it. And I said, why? She said the only thing they were saying was that Shango thing, like it was there. Let's not. No. This is jazz. This is no. This is you get. They don't turn them to idol worship, and I'm like, yo, every day you, but you can pay a movie ticket to go and watch Thor, but because Thor is Chris Hemsworth, and he's a white man, and he's trained fighting enemies, and he has a cape, he's a superhero. That is Thor. Thor is a pagan god from Norse mythology. Don't get it twisted. Thor is the packaged version of Shango. It's just because Shango is black. I'm sorry to say, that's the way I felt. Because Shango is black and he has cowries and he's wearing one skirt. And first of all, I'm like, okay, why is it that in our movies they're always putting like skull and bones on the background of the Babalao's house? I'm like, yo, what? That is, do you get? So I just felt that a lot of people are telling our stories and they're not telling it right. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to take up the responsibility to retell some of these stories, do you get? And hopefully, maybe someone will come pick it up and do a movie from it. So I'm still experimenting, with the deities, the Yoruba deities, trying to make them as superheroes, do you get? Because we see it in pop culture all the time, but because it's a white person that is doing it, it's cool. Because if it is black, it is black. These people are demons. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I want to change that narrative. And so help me God, as in I have been trying to retell those stories, by releasing comics, and I hope that, of course, by the grace of God, I'm going to continue telling those stories and make it accessible to Nigerians so that we can know our history, where we come from, and what we stand, and a lot of traditions and lost stories, that describe being a hero, giving back to your community, can be told through these stories. It's our heritage. We cannot take your history and dump it inside the dustbin because the white man says so. But anyways, please, next slide. I'm also a t-shirt designer, a big fan of anime. That's why you see these criminals here. If you're confident with Naruto, that these people, they are not well. You get the Uchiha clan, they had to wipe them out because they were a problem. Shout out to all my Naruto fans in the building. You understand what I'm saying? Say poo 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 if you want. So we plenty for here. It's Sasuke. You understand? So I sell merch like this. Do you get? I was in the middle of, I thought, my friend was like, nobody's going to get this, everything. I was in the middle of Lagos Island when someone saw me from far and was like, Sasuke! I was like, I kid you not, it was a middle-aged man with white beard telling me, bro, how far? I mean, like, yeah. Collected by number. He ordered some t-shirts. I did some t-shirts for him and stuff like that. So, what else? Do we still have slide? So, I did this. I'm glad our students are here because this is my kid demographics. Don't mind all these old people. All these old men. Do you get? Some of them, they do these things in the ID, When a guy is not there, they will just minimize it. They are on Crunchyroll too. Do you get? So what happened was that, okay, I don't think I need to let the cat out of the bag because it's still in process, but let me just say that I always like doodling. Like, there is Wacom, there are computers and all these things to do all these, incredible works of art. But because of my training in creative arts, where it was during our final year that our lecturer agreed for us to use laptops and, computer graphics. You had to paint with your hand. You had to draw. You had to learn how to draw. Do you get? Before you even became, or before you become a graphic artist, you need to understand draftsmanship, so that when you do your graphic arts, it just looks different and unique. Do you get? So I still draw with biro and pencil, and this was biro and pencil work. That's right, you right there. And next slide. And this is what happened after. So this, why I put up this picture in this slide is just to encourage us that as an artist, sometimes whatever you do is going to feel like work. Yes, there is a space where you enjoy what you are doing as an artist. Do you get? And there is also a space where it will feel like work. Like it feels like work. It's not fun. Do you get? Especially maybe when you're doing the drawing and the drawing is looking like Ninja Turtle instead of Batman. Do you get? That's when you tear it and you throw it in the bin and you're frustrated. Do you get? But you have to go through the process. Some processes you have to go through, whether you're doing 3D, whether you're drawing on the wall, whatever you're doing, if it is art, you have to go through the process. It is not every time that is going to be just, it's going to feel good, do you get, and dandy, and you know, sometimes you're going to stare into that cardboard and stare into that screen. It's a blank white sheet. You don't know what you're going to do. Do you get? What I do from experience is I just close my Photoshop and I just go on Pinterest, and by the time I'm done, after 30, does anybody know Pinterest? Yeah. By the time I'm done, 30 minutes, I'm already inspired. Do you get? I'm already inspired. By the time I come back, I have the motivation to do some of the things that you've seen here. So basically, just keeping on. Like 50 Cent said something. I was watching a document. It's, you know, these shorts, YouTube shorts, and he was saying, it was Big Boy that was interviewing him, and he was saying that he doesn't believe in depression. Like, Big Boy, what do you mean? He said, yes, there's something called, there's depression. Do you get? So I was now like this. I was like, okay, so what do you want to say? Do you get? Like, I want to see what his reaction towards depression is. And he was like, yo, yes, there's depression. People are depressed. But if you are depressed, you still have to show up to work, because your salary is not going to say is necessary. You're not going to say, I'm depressed, I'm not going to earn salary this month, or I'm depressed, I'm not going to feed, or I'm not going to do this work that this client said I should do. Do you get? You have to show up to work, whether you like it or not that day. Do you get? So I want to encourage you guys. It's not every day that you feel creative. It's not every day you feel I want to go and change the world with my art. You draw a graphic designer, you are nothing. No, it's not every day you feel like that. Some days are going to be like, you know, depressing, blue, but you just show up. Just show up. Even if it's rubbish you draw, leave it. You get? Because most likely, does it to the artist in the, like, has this thing happened to you before, when you do something that you're not satisfied in, and someone enters the room and like, yo, this is dope? You never know. Do you get? So your Ali and Simbi drawings, draw it, put it online. Don't say, it's work, I won't put it. Put it online. Share it, frame it, do whatever you want to do with it. Do you get? So that when you now become a professional and your game is on that level, you can tell people that, look at where I came from, look at where I am. You know, your story will be inspiring to people. Do you get? Even though I've deleted all the work drawings in my hard drive. Slide. Another slide. Is there any other slide? The last one. Anyways. Does anybody have any questions? Suggestions?
Thank you so much for that session. Any question for him? Just one question. Okay.
Sorry, it's Collide Prime. It's COLLYDE PRIME. Like Prime. Collide Prime. I got it from Collision. You know Collision?
Yeah, hi Collide.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. So my question is actually in two parts, right?
Okay.
The first part is like, I mean, I followed your work, and I also know the part where you have some affiliations with music. Yeah.
Oh,
So how
yeah.
are you able to mix that, right? Choosing between having two talents, right? Art and music. And why did you stick to illustration,
Mm.
right? And the second part of it, that is now, I mean, this is like way back. I mean, maybe
Yeah.
as far back as 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So how did you now stick to illustration while
Mm-hmm.
everybody else was going into product design and all
Mhm.
this other new thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's my question.
Fantastic question. First of all, the music thing. If anybody who knows me beyond this place or who has known me before knows that I don't want to say I'm a failed rapper, but I used to rap. I still rap. Some of your best rappers, some of your they fear me. In fact, some of them no one make I enter the industry. They know. They know. Do you get? They DM me. One of them DM'd me like last week and was like, "Yo, bro, you're turning 40 very soon. Oh. What's up? What's the album?" Do you get? So, I studied music too. I have a very good ear for music, and I've always been a huge hip hop fan. It has influenced me in my work, and you can see it's teeny bits and pieces of this influence in my work. So the music thing was it's difficult to juggle two things at the same time. It's difficult. I wouldn't lie to you, but still you have to juggle it. You got to do what you have to do. Sometimes you don't have a manual. There is no plan. There is no. You just sort of like, okay, today you know what I'm going to go and record. Do you get? Today you know what I'm going to go and make music. It's you have to. It depends on what you want. Do you get? And I've been going back to the studio. For instance, last week I was in the studio and I have a couple of beats that I'm trying to still experiment that music side of me. It's never going to die. Do you understand what I'm saying? About the illustration stuff, how did I? It was just because of the love. I have a very huge love for illustration, cartoons, anime. Do you get all this stuff? And no matter how not inspired I was as a cartoonist, anytime you sit down, you go on YouTube, you go on Crunchyroll, you go on Netflix, you will see something and you'll be like, you understand? Watch Attack on Titans. You see the animations, you see the characters, you're like, oh shit, I have to do this. I just have to do something like this. You get motivated. So that's what has kept me in the mix, really. Do you understand? Still doing it. Because whether you like it or not, whether you are inspired or not, they are Oimbos, abroad people, they will do it. Do you get? Whether you like it or not, it's not going anywhere. It's just going to get better. People are going to, someone else, do you get? And why is Nigeria in the mix? Don't you want to be part of the people that is when it comes to illustration or cartoons, that guy? So that's what has just kept me doing it. Have I answered your question?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
My handle is at Collide. Sorry, at Collide Prime on Instagram. DM me if you are interested in this.
Okay, spell it out.
COLLYDE and Prime. Optimus Prime. You know Optimus Prime.
Like Prime, the Prime drink.
I thief Optimus Prime surname. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. One thing I really like about, I said this earlier about, it's always interesting to listen to people's stories and journey, like what make them do what they do, their journey so far, and the creative process, and that really somehow give you insight to where this person is coming from and relate it to their work. And I think if I was saying it earlier, your work we are unique, and the way we express. So we bring 10 photographers into this room, and we tell them to capture just an angle in the room, right? I'm very sure that it will come out with, they will produce 10 different perspectives of the same object. Why? Because of where they are seeing it from, and because of their experiences, right? And it's always beautiful when we have events like this to listen to how people work and what make them work. So the next session we'll be having is going to be a virtual talk, and we'll be having Chidera speak to us on. Now we are in the era of generative AI. We are generating work with Midjourney and all these things. Chidera is an IP lawyer, and she works in data and privacy, and she's going to share more experience with us on how to protect our work, challenges, and all. So let's have Chidera. Are we ready? Thank you. We are waiting for the media. Thank you. While we wait for that, so far, I will
just me just trying to do that in my spare time. But little did I know that some of these things were going to be coming together in the future. I really didn't know at that point, but I just knew that the passion and the interest was there. So from just designs, trying to make designs here and there, to by the time I got out of medical school, I realized that, okay, I had so much interest in public health. So I started asking myself very serious questions as to, okay, if you want to go into public health, how are you going to be different from those other people that are there? And you know, when I always say this, that there is a way and manner in which you go about things, that things begin to align properly for you. And that was how I, got into the media space as a social media, persona, started talking about health. And then I decided, okay, I think it will make sense for this to go further. And I was fortunate at the time to meet also a friend of mine, Aproko Doctor, who also had something very similar. So we met in 2019 December, around this time, and then that was 4 years ago. And then we said, okay, you know what? We need to start seeing this thing from a different angle. We need to start seeing creativity from a different angle. And by that time, I already had my basics in graphics, how to design stuff. I started learning how to edit videos. I started learning how to shoot videos. I started learning all of these things, right? And, the first video that I actually shot, like, for my friend, that was for Aproko Doctor, I was behind the scenes. I wasn't even the person on the screen. So, and that was how I started. And I was like, okay, if I can do this behind the scene for someone, I think I can also do it myself. And besides that, I also felt the need to raise a team. So individually, I brought a team of people together, started training them on different skills that I already know of, like graphics, creative writing, video editing, video creation, storytelling, like from storyboarding and all of that. And that was how my creative agency started. And so far, we've done a lot of things in that time and space. So what I would say is that to so many people, someone might be here today and you say that, oh, I don't think this thing makes sense. I want to be a doctor, but yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm here to tell you that the future doctors are going to be creators. Most of the people that you know that are going to be leading different spaces are people who are on your screen. So that's the world that we are going to, and we've reached that phase where a lot of people are actually changing their lifestyle. We are leading a lot of, important conversations because of the fact that we are present, and it's all based down to these skills that we've been able to acquire while we were, young. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate him. Okay, the same question goes to you.
Sorry, question is okay, so I'm still practicing design. I've been I'll get it. I'll get it. So I'm still practicing design, like I said. I was born into a creative family. My dad is an artist, so I pretty much lived within that world, you know, from a very small child. I saw him draw a lot, he painted. I saw some of his creations on billboards and all of that. So I've always been like sort of in that space. Fast forward to my university days, or before I got into university, I was really fascinated with architecture, and that's what I wanted to study actually. And my dad wanted me to study fine art, which was very weird at the time. I wasn't really feeling it because I was already into it. I was drawing very, very fantastically at the time. I was sampling with watercolors, gouache, and all of those. But why he wanted me to do fine art was not, I wasn't catching it fully. But he pushed and insisted that I did fine art. Fine art was almost like a walk in the park for me because I was really, really good at drawing particularly. So picking up other skills in university wasn't as challenging. Maybe the discipline part of continuous practice was what I needed to actually get in touch with. But that said, I think studying art, in my opinion, was life-changing because you really like think about art as some personal endeavor, right? But the role of creativity is actually, you know, has several lenses. There's the market lens of it. There's the personal side. You know, there's, you know, the educational aspect to it as well. And that's what you do. That's what you get exposed to when you study creativity, when you study art. I'm sort of, and you don't, I mean, it's like when you're doing medicine, Kunle, right? Have you? Yeah, when you're doing medicine, it's, I mean, you can't just like medicine and be a doctor, right? You really have to like do the hours, I mean, do the 7 years, right? So, but for creativity, there's no measure to your talent. Yeah, it's just there. You can easily like tap in, do something. I mean, look at this guy's hair. He just woke up one day and said, you know what, this is it. So there's really no measure to the depository of, you know, what is inside of you. So it's easy to almost look at it as a by the way, right? And almost want to like chase other endeavors. Why? Because the creative talent is really at your fingertips. But I feel very much like focusing on design is essential. There is almost no, it's a life skill, right? It will continually manifest itself on your path. I mean, for creative people, I feel like we are lucky because we get to do what we love and we get paid in doing that as well. And I think when you get older, even when you're in finance or in law and all of that, you'll still be looking for something that gives you joy. You know, you see lawyers who pick up photography, you see finance bankers pick up filmmaking because that's actually what gives them joy. But as creative people, we've been practicing and getting paid in what we really love doing. And I feel if we can transfer that, you know, mentality to the younger people, I feel you'll live better lives, you'll live more fulfilled lives early. You know, we get in touch with what success really is for creative people. You know, we would find out that that really is the success, right? Is finding that balance early in life, that, you know, it will go all around, you know what I mean? So, I mean, that is changing very fast because at our community, NGD, we're doing quite a lot of outreaches in schools. I mean, I was just talking to my colleague right now that we need to have a chat, you know. So we're doing all of that to sensitize and make sure that, you know, people, schools particularly, don't have complex in staying in art. You know, after GS3, you do your junior work and somebody, it's just this whole thing, people in science class are smart, people in this class are not smart, blah, blah, blah. And then you just feel like you're not up to it, you know what I mean? And those are the nerves that we've got to touch, and I feel at the end of this day we would have deposited something fantastic on these young guys. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's appreciate them now. Okay, so before we wrap up now, yeah, one of the major things that we pay attention to at Design Goes to School, number one is the ability to empathize with their environment, to be aware. Because a lot of, when we talk about problem solving, it starts with your awareness of what is going on around you, what is going on with people around you. And I believe a typical example was Joseph in the Bible. One of the points where his breakthrough started was when he got to the prison cell, into the prison cell one time like that, and he was conscious enough, he was conscious of his environment enough to know that something was wrong with somebody, not knowing that the problem, he had a solution to it. So our ability to pay attention to things going on in this world where we are all buried in our smartphones and a lot of things. So our ability to for the children in secondary school. And one of the reasons why we chose to start with students in secondary schools is because they are close to real life. Let me put it that way. And I have different cases, and I'm sure most of us can also testify to the fact that many people, a lot of students, finishes from secondary school, no, not even secondary school, university, and they are clueless about life. They don't know what next to do and all of that. And I would say one of the reasons why it is like that is their inability to, question things, to pay attention to their environment, to also seek collaboration on some things. Because one of the side effects of the reward system in schools, as if we will all agree on this, is the reward system of first, second, third, and all of that. So in a case whereby we have the top tiers in the class and those that are not so smart, book smart, their ability to work together, to look for solutions, and to look for solutions to problems is a big problem, because the first in class feels like they are the best, and we are also familiar with the stereotype between science students and maybe commercial and art and all of those things. So we are looking at a generation whereby they can all work together. In the recent Design Goes to Slum project that we have, Korede here is one of the kids from the slum community we attended. And in his group, we had Korede, who is a very smart and outspoken guy. And there were other guys too that were not book smart, but they had the technical knowledge. But they being in a team together gave them ability to work on their project and create solutions. So time will not permit us to go into a lot of things, but like you've mentioned earlier about how the knowledge of design and how it can help them furthermore. So I would just like you to throw a little bit more light on the future of education as relating to creativity, as relating to AI and all of those things. One of the reasons why we chose design thinking as the major thing that we emphasize on for students is because it opens their mind. Like I said, empathy, and also to seek collaboration, and also to have the mindset of the reiterative mindset of when I fail once, failure is not the end of the road. It's just an opportunity to learn how to do it better. So having all of this in mind, what would you say the future of education should be like as relating to design or those things that I've mentioned?
Okay, so we can only speculate, right? Yeah. Okay, so I feel like with regards to picking up a design career, right? The challenges we face in creativity, especially to inspire the younger people, is really in terms of substantiation, right? When you have someone that wants to be a footballer, for example, there is Neymar to look up to, right? There's Mbappe, there is Messi, there's the World Cup, right? So if you're a doctor, you have, big names in the world that are transferring brains from one person to another person and all of that. For the design space, what do you tell your dad that you want to be, really? Do you want to draw comics? As who? Do you understand? So there's a role that, we all have to play, all you great guys in the room. And it's really to celebrate the role that and the value that we're all bringing to the table in our different markets and our different industries, so that these parents can be encouraged when these kids say, I want to choose design, and that's really what it is, right? If my dad wasn't an artist, there's no way I'll do art. It's almost impossible. I'll probably be building houses or something in maybe Egbeda or Ijesha, you know what I'm saying? So I think that is the issue. We really need to show these people that there is viability in design. The world, spends over, $200 billion in design annually. These kids need to know that there is a huge pie for everybody in this field. If we start breaking down all the disciplines in design, from illustrators, you all know what illustrators earn on a global level. How do our parents know that, oh, there's so much gap there for this guy to be encouraged in doing illustration? We all know how much 3D artists earn. We all know how much, all this value that is embedded in the practice. But if we're not celebrating it, if we're not escalating and we're not talking about it and making this thing public and start finding ways to show icons within the field that these guys can emulate, then they will have no incentives to do creativity. So during your workshops, for example, we have to start showing samples. We have to start showing these people what the actual career path is within that field. And it's just a career at the end of the day. But when there's a vision for the career, then there's reason to start on the basics, like the discipline, the design forms, the principles. Then it begins to make sense. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I can't overemphasize, time may not allow us to do it, but the value in creativity is immense. Like, there is way, it's like doctors, right? Do you pray for people to get sick? Seriously. So imagine one hospital here in Bagada would treat everybody here, right? So if you sort of take that mentality into the design space, one person, one design agency can literally service a market base this wide, right? Same thing for lawyers. One lawyer can essentially take case files for everybody here. And these guys need to see that reality so that there is encouragement that, man, let me get this thing out of the way, and early as well. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything to add?
Okay.
Quickly.
Yeah. So
in 30 seconds, please.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not going to say so much. Maybe just give me a minute. So what I would say is that, he said we need to emphasize, we need to emphasize and give people reason to believe what we're doing. But another thing I'm just going to tell you is that sometimes you might actually be the first person to break into something, right? And you would be the one to show the evidence. I remember when I decided to venture, into the creative space as a medical doctor, the first thing my dad told me was that, why? But you're a doctor. You should be sitting down and consulting and seeing patients. At that point, and I'm very sorry, at that point, there was really no one who was really doing what we were doing. That is Apoko Doctor and myself. That it wasn't obvious. People weren't seeing the impact. But then, two things happened during the course of the year, because I really started my creative journey last year, December. It's just 1 year, really. So during the course of the year, 2 times, my videos were forwarded on WhatsApp. You know how they usually do this WhatsApp thing, that there'll be a video, they will just keep sharing, forwarded many times. You know how grandpa and grandma used to say. So he got my videos, not once, 2 times. And then he was like, this video thing that you are doing, it's good though. It's important. Sometimes, and that is the thing, most times you are the only person that is seeing the value of what you want to be and of what you want to do. And that's why what he said is simple. The creative space is immense. So there is no saying as to what you are going to become, whether you are going to be the next big creator out there or not. It's actually dull your dream in wanting to be a creator or venture into the creative space. Even in medicine, there are so many medical illustrators that are unknown. People who actually illustrate just for medicine, and they are only paid for that. They don't have to be doctors, or they might even be doctors. Better. But the thing is, one thing I love about the creative space is that no matter who you are a doctor, you're a nurse, you're an architect, creativity can always spice up what you're doing. And that's where we end things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so do we have time for them to ask questions from the student? Hi, Francis. Maybe one or two, one from the student. Do we have any question from here? Any next with me personally, Olukunle, Oluconlay. Did we get that? Did we get that? So I believe you didn't get it. Olukunle, Oluconlay. Are we cool? Thank you very much. And that will be the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that session. Can you wait for pictures? Can you go together? Move together. Okay. Before we have the next panel session, we'd love to have a solo presentation by Chidera on AI data protection and how we can protect challenges of generative AI, how we can protect our work and all. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? Francis?
Hear you.
Let me know if you can hear me, okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. 1 minute, please. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chidera Okolie. I will be taking us on how we can protect works that have been created by generated using AI technology, because clearly we're in a space where the capacities for concept, for more like imagination and creation have, although they've been long attributed to human creativity, at this time, with the invention or with the advent of new technologies like Stable Fusion, OpenAI, like we know, ChatGPT, DALL-E, there's been a lot of conversations around who owns the rights in these creations, in these works. And this is because by the day, these works become more, or the technologies become more sophisticated to the point where it becomes more difficult to sort of distinguish between works created by humans and works created by AI. For this reason, it's become apparent that we try to, just like the law always, tries to do, we try to sort of be better placed to meet the challenges that are bound.
Hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me, okay. Because
Okay.
I saw your call, so I was wondering if something is wrong. Okay. So what we're trying to do now is to see how we can be better placed to sort of meet these challenges that have been created by these technologies. And there's a lot of challenges, more like, especially with the use of prompts to create that have been enabled by the OpenAI, where you can, for instance, with the use of the DALL-E technology, you can create artworks. You can even create different types of images using prompts, where you just write your prompt, you tell the technology what you would like it to create, and then the technology goes ahead. It goes ahead to create what you've asked. I had some images to show, but how it works really is when you make an input, you can say, I would like a picture of the unicorn and the moon riding through, whatever it is, it's going to create as you've said. And for that reason, we've had incidences of people, of artists, of even trying to define who an artist is now. Is the artist the technology in this case, or is the artist the user of the technology itself? Are we talking about, is a prompt enough to decipher or to prove creativity in this scenario? Because one of the very foremost criteria for creativity to exist in a work and for the work to be eligible for copyright in the first place is originality. So the question now is, are we talking about originality in the prompts themselves? And at what point, how can this be assessed in the first place? What is originality in a prompt going to look like, especially being that the prompt is really just a line or so, of instructions. So what is long enough? Is this statement long enough to say that copyright can subsist? There's been several cases where copyright has been held to exist in short phrases, even in a word itself, as long as originality can be properly established. Now the question is, if we have a prompt, is a prompt long enough, or is a prompt, how can we establish creativity in a prompt? There's been several conversations around that. We can, the more complicated and the more complex and the more sophisticated the prompt is, then we can say that there's more input that has gone into the creation. But then again, the thing is, because the actual creation itself, the creative process itself, is carried out by the AI, it becomes a bit dicey. Here in the UK, for instance, AI-generated works, the copyright in those works remain in the person behind the technology itself. For instance, the copyright in works generated from ChatGPT, works generated from DALL-E, from Stable Fusion, from OpenAI MuseNet, all these works are going to belong to OpenAI itself. But there's been a lot of conversations around that, being that because of all the input that has gone in from the user, is there a way we can sort of create a joint ownership in the work, where based on the amount of input I've made as a user, I can retain some copyright in this work, and then maybe some copyright can remain with the company behind the technology itself. There's been so many instances and conversations around this. Right now, we don't have any particular, we're still just having conversations. It's still just conversations, especially being that AI is still very novel, and there's still a lot of conversations around what to expect as we go. So where we're at right now is just we're keeping our ears to the ground, and trying to see if there's a way we can find a good balance where the law can come in, but in a way not to stifle creativity, because of course we won't overstate the importance of creativity, the importance of AI technology, and how AI has sort of moved us a step further in our evolution as humans, and we won't take from that as lawyers, even though it seems like lawyers always try to place themselves. But what we're trying to do is to find a way to regulate. That's all. While we love and appreciate, and we really, really encourage the advancement of AI, how can we make sure that AI is not exploited for the wrong reasons? That's all we're doing. And we can even see that some of the tech leaders in this space are beginning to come out to speak. We had Sam Altman from ChatGPT itself, OpenAI, although there are still conversations around that. We don't know exactly what happened with him and why he was asked to step down, but there's been speculations that he's speaking up for the regulation of AI as well. And for this reason, we hope that the tech people, or the people who are very invested in the technology itself and the creation, would see that lawyers are not exactly their enemies. What we're only trying to do is to say that we want creativity to thrive, but to thrive within regulated terrains. And we would also want to make sure that everyone who is involved in the creative process is very well appreciated and recognized. And for this reason, we're going to try to come up with a way, or with a structure that sort of protects and takes everyone into consideration, everyone's role in the creative process. So yes, AI generated works have come to stay, and there's still it gets even more sophisticated as we go. But in due course, we hope to have created some sort of structure, or some sort of a set of rules that will enable and encourage the advancement of AI, while as much as possible ensuring that nobody is exploited the wrong way and the technology itself is not put to use in the for nefarious purposes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chidera, for that. Do you have any question for Chidera? Anyone? Okay. Chidera, can you still hear me?
Yes, I can, Francis.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So recently, I saw in the news that for every that companies, AI companies, are now saying that users would actually bear the legal burden of artificial intelligence copyright cases. And what do I mean? In instances where you generate an art and maybe an artist comes up to sue you. Now, when Ms. Chidera was speaking, she did mention that the copyright belongs to the companies behind the tech. But now it seems the companies are actually saying, okay, if anyone takes up a sue or a case against whatever art, the person that actually created the art should be the one to bear the legal burden. So who actually faces the consequence? If I actually create generated art and another artist comes to sue me, who does the artist sue? Is it me that created the art? Or are you going to be suing, let's say, Stable Diffusion or DAL-E, for instance? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to reinstate that the protection of AI, I heard you say that I said that AI generated works, the copyright belongs to the company behind the technology. That is true in the UK. In the US, however, AI generated works are not protected at all. There's no protection for AI generated works. As long as the work is 100% fully generated using AI, there's no protection. The only protection is where there's been some input by the user, then they try to sort of segregate and decide up to what extent has the user made input and in what degree, and then they offer protection in that regard. And some other countries as well, but countries in the UK here, for instance, I think no, in France protection is given, but depending on the degree. But if you're coming to sue, if you'd like to sue for your work, the truth is you would have to bear the legal burden, except if you can prove that there's been some sort of infringement, in which case one of the redress you can be seeking is for the other party to bear the legal fees that would be required. It would be one of the redress you seek, but usually the fees and the pre-legal financial fees incurred would have to be borne by the person who is bringing the case, usually across all sectors, not even just in tech or with AI generated works. But when you're seeking redress, one of them could be that your legal fees should be met by the other party, especially when the chances of your winning the case is quite elaborate or large. For AI works, because when you're bringing a case, you're asking that you would like to retain some sort of some copyright in the case and in the work itself. It could, or if you're saying that you're trying to prove infringement, that your work has been infringed while this during the process of creating this AI generated work, that's a whole different case as well. That usually comes under data protection, where you're asking that your data has been used against your wish or without your permission to create this work. That's something else we talk about, where how do we protect people's data? Because I mean, the technology that creates anyways is trained on data. That's how it's able to create. The data is used to train the technology, which learns and tries to extrapolate and recreate patterns. So there's been a lot of conversations around the rights in the data itself. But the truth is, because these technologies are created using millions of data, it becomes very difficult to sort of ask permission at every point, or to sort of get the owners of these data behind, to get them on board, which would be a lot of people. And also because the finished works, usually, even though the data has been used to train the technology, most times the finished work doesn't exactly replicate the data so verbatim that you can actually bring a case. That's one of the challenges that is faced there, because though you can prove that this data belongs to you and is being used to train the technology, when the output is examined, there's very little to show, or you can't exactly pinpoint where your data has been replicated, because what is recreated becomes like a mosaic representation of a lot of data. So it becomes very difficult to exactly point where your data has come in. So there's a lot of challenges when it comes to bringing a case, but whoever brings the case usually has to bear the financial implications. However, you can seek redress, and in one of the redress you can be asking be that the other party bears the brunt for the legal fees, the implications. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, it does. One other question, and we'll move to the next session. Any other person? Any question? Okay, thank you so much for that. So I believe we need to. The technology is so early, and in Nigeria, we need to. I think one of the ways to start to ensure data policy and privacy is to start having conversation with the government, the stakeholder. And there was a session yesterday around AR, VR, and all, and how for every creation process, we need to start involving the government in those creative process. So having a rep from a local government in maybe IT department, I don't know if all these local governments have those type of departments, but thank God we have Boson Tijani now at the federal level, and I believe that can be passed into each local government. So the next case study presentation we'll be having is from Ebube. Are we ready? Okay. Can we welcome Ebube, please? Hello? Hi, my name is Ebube Onyema, and I am a motion designer. But before we proceed, first of all, I need to first thank the people who put this together and for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Definitely excited to be talking about a project I have created. Again, my name is Ebube Onyema. I am a designer and animator, but you put that together, that's a motion designer. Sorry, can you guys hear me? Awesome. Unlike most people who, when they were younger, they knew how to draw, knew how to paint. I didn't know how to do any of those things. I just loved cartoons. That's all I loved. I loved animation, I loved cartoons. And if you are an OG, meaning you probably recognize some of the cartoons that are here. So if you can recognize Samurai Jack, please send me your wedding invitation. Again, there were some of them that were still like things like Silverhawk that was shown on Silverbird television, Courage the Cowardly Dog, Mega XLR. I'm sure some of you know this. You probably have 2 children by now. And I think the biggest influence on my life has to be works from Disney, DreamWorks, and most especially Disney, because I really loved a lot of their movies growing up. I'm sure a lot of us know about Lion King, you know about Emperor's Groove, Dalmatian 101. These were things I loved so much growing up. And I still watch cartoons till today. I still watch animated films till today. From the likes of Coco, Moana, Vivo, Arcane, Intergalactic. And I also still watch anime as well. Naruto, Akira, Full Metal Alchemist, Digimon. I mean, if you know Digimon, you should have grandchildren at this point. And with that, I just want to show like a piece of my work, what I've done over my career. Thank you. So today I'm going to be giving a case study on one of my, I think it's probably my best project, even though it's the simplest one of all of them. And it's Bitcoins. Sometime in, I think May or March of 2021, sorry, let's go back. That Design, I don't know how many of you know That Design Studios. Awesome. So That Design Studios reached out to me. They had just created like this amazing visual identity for Bitcoins, and they wanted to announce their product, a new product that Bitcoins are working on, Although it was still the same product, but they just added a few more features into it. And they wanted to kind of announce it as well. So they reached out to me and they asked me to help them create something cool. Which leads to the title of my talk, which is designing a product launch, or a product reveal, or a product announcement. Basically, how do you create a product launch that is not just really cool, but also interesting and engaging as well. Yeah, so again, like I mentioned, that design reached out to me. I think Shei himself, I don't know if any of you know Shei, but Shei, the art director or creative director of DA, has been stalking me. I wish he was here because I wanted to say that. However, all of this started with this very simple email. They told me that my work sucked, but they would love to collaborate with me. I'm just kidding. They told me they love my work. And then they asked for a Zoom call, which I agreed to. And on that call, we kind of established what the goals and objective of this video was going to be. So there were three things that was very clear from that call. The first one was that they wanted to reveal Bicon's new identity. The second was that they wanted to showcase the new app features that Bicons had built into the existing product. And they wanted me to lead the creative process because they had never done anything like this before. And this was probably like the first time they were trying to make a product announcement or a product reveal. And so I was very excited to do so because I had a lot of experience, apparently. Some of the challenges we discussed on that call was that three things were very important. One, they needed it to have human interaction. At this point, there were a lot of product videos that existed at the time, but many of them had they were either, like you wouldn't see like a human element to it, especially like the motion graphics ones. Some of them were too flat. They didn't feel realistic, if I put it that way. And they kind of wanted something human to it. Yes, you still show the product, but can we have it feel human? Second was, it needed to be simple and engaging. The identity itself was a very simple identity. It wasn't something that was over the top, and it was very important that it remained simple. But how can we use animation to make it a little more engaging? And the third one was to avoid holes. If you go back, you can see that the Bicon's logo had like a hole, and some of the initial ideas we tried to explore was having like lots of the logo option everywhere. But I don't know the name of that phobia, but when people have the fear of holes, right? Somebody on the team did have the fear of holes, and because of that, we had to cancel out the entire idea of using holes. I think this just points to the idea that whenever you're creating stuff for anybody, you should also consider like how they feel about the product or your visual direction at the end of the day. Once you had kind of defined what that was going to look like, the next thing was to develop some concepts. The original idea we came up for this was the future of money. The idea for future of money was Bicon was like a crypto app. They were selling you crypto. They allowed you to have multiple currencies, and they allowed you to trade digital assets. And if you want to know the characteristics of something that's the future of money, it has to be easy to use, and it has to be quick and instant. So when you think about your bank apps that have failed you 1,000 times, shout out to UBA. I think something that is very, very obvious is that we need faster financial services. And this was what Bicons was trying to offer. It was trying to offer a much more elaborate, faster app experience. And obviously the last one is just the experience. It needed to feel smooth and easy to use. We needed to define the tone of voice, and basically because I was going to write the script, we needed to define how were we going to speak, how was I going to write the script, was it going to be very energetic and exciting, or are we going to write something that is very simple? And in this case, because Dad had already defined what the verbal identity would be, it was very clear what we needed to do. So it needed to be simple and clear, authentic and confident, and most importantly, the animations needed to be delightful. Once I had gathered all of those things, I realized I needed to put together like a mood board, and then taking inspiration from the original, the visual identity itself, and I added a bit more references to it. One of them is the hand itself, because I realized that for me to get that human interaction, I needed to bring in like the hand, which was kind of very important to me. So we decided that we're going to, two things was, either we're going to shoot a real hand holding a phone and then kind of composite all of the UI on top of it, or we would use CGI for the hand, so I would kind of like something that's very close to a photorealistic hand. The problem was I'd never done a photorealistic hand before, and I told them that I could. So it was a very interesting journey. So we defined some elements. Our typeface was going to be Robert. They had a plethora of colors, but I decided to use just only 3. And something that they mentioned, that they liked the idea of glass, and using glass on the device itself was something that they wanted to do. And then finally, they really liked this glazed frosted glass look or an effect, and they wanted me to kind of replicate that because it was part of the identity. They wanted me to replicate that in the project itself. At this point, when we had already defined what it was going to look and feel like, what it was going to sound like, it was time to kind of put together like the story and the script. When putting together a story, something that is very important to me is story flow. The first thing I do before I even start writing a script is determine how a story is going to flow. This graph you're looking at is called a double intensity graph, and what that means is that it literally takes the audience up a little bit and they think they are going for a climax, and then they come down a little bit, and then we go back to the actual climax, which is here. And the reason why we went for a double intensity graph or double intensity arc was because we wanted to introduce the identity, but we also didn't want to show the app yet. We just wanted to use that as an opportunity to just show what the identity was, and then return back to like our normal scheduled program, like how like the normal arc would literally be starting from here. Oh, this is hot. So basically, using our story flow, we wrote a script. I didn't write it in isolation. I wrote it with Daz's team, Toby to be specific, Toby and Dami. And the important thing here was that there was not going to be a voiceover. So because there was not going to be voiceover, it was important that we kind of wrote the script like in single lines. So if we had like a sentence that had more than maybe 5 or 6 words, we had to take it out, because on screen we were going to have text. So we needed to be creative with the way we wrote our script so that we would have more space for text on screen, and we wouldn't have like a whole mess with the screen. And so we came up with this very simple, easy script that we were able to now convert into a storyboard. Fun part. So this is the storyboard. When I was working on the storyboard, usually when I'm working on the storyboard, I would like to use a pencil. I wouldn't really shade, but I didn't know how to show the glass stuff on the storyboard. Like, how was I going to represent glass? And so I said that I wanted to use shading as a way to kind of represent the glass, so that the client would understand what I was trying to explain. Because imagine I just had lines with no shading. I don't think the client was going to know what that meant in the first place. However, we came up with this very interesting script. Fun fact about the storyboard rather, is that this is a full storyboard, but this is not where we started at. And we at first there was not going to be a Bitcoins Pro added to the product, to the video. But I think somewhere down the line, they came back and they were like, we want to add it to it. And so this is probably like one of those challenges you're going to face when you are working with a client on a project like this. Is sometimes they're just going to come back and they're going to change everything you've done, and you may be mad about it, but please charge them for it. Thank you. So with the storyboard done, went into visual development, and these were like some of the initial explorations that I was doing. I was basically doing all my explorations in 3D at the time because I really wanted to do something big and something grandiose. And then they reminded me of the timeline. They were like, you don't have enough time. By the time you're going to render all of these things out, we'll probably be like 3 months in, dump all of it. So a week's work of exploration was just gone. Eventually, we came with a very simple 2D-like solution. The only things that were 3D in this video was just the hand, phone, and the glass. So basically, the glass you see here, that was in 3D. However, the glass you see in other parts of the video was 2D. Animation. So this is basically what the initial animatic looked like. Sadly, it doesn't have sound. Again, this was something we're going to send to the clients, just to make them understand what this was going to look like. And you are going to also see that a lot of things change between the actual animatic and the final video itself. But this was a very good start, and it was really helpful for the client to understand what we're trying to create. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just going to talk about some technical challenges I kind of had. So remember I told you that I didn't actually know how to rig a hand. So at first I tried to model a hand myself. I failed at it, so I went to CG Trader, bought myself like a rigged arm, and then I decided I was going to animate it. You know, I would take the phone, put it right where it needed to be, and then I would render every frame out. At that time I was using like a GTX 1050, so one frame was rendering like 10 minutes, and I had like 200 frames to render. And they're not giving me feedback yet, so this was not a good plan. So I came up with a very interesting solution. I can't believe I did that. Please admire my texturing. It definitely looks like a human hand, correct? Exactly. Thank you. However, I came up with a very interesting solution, and the solution was simple. Sorry. I was going to render a few frames of just the one finger, just tapping, and then I was going to export that sequence to After Effects, and then I was going to use a slider to just control the finger going forward and backward. So basically, that's what I have here. And even though you can't see the slider at the corner, basically use the slider to kind of control the finger. So when you're looking at it, you think it's actually rendered in real time, but it's just image sequences that are just being like interpolated through a slider. Hopefully that makes sense. Awesome. And again, when we're talking about the glass, remember I said that we had 2 types of glass. We had the 3D glass, and we also had 2D glass. So 2D glass, in order to make it still look like the original visual identity, you have to do this in After Effects. So basically, what I'm using here is just a simple adjustment layer, fast blur, a bit of levels, and I got it. So it wasn't too much of a hassle. And then for the 3D glass, that was done in Blender, and I think that looks pretty simple. I don't think that's too much of a problem. Obviously, there's no animation without layers. This has over 200 layers in its main composition, and in total, I think about 500 layers in total. So yeah, that is basically how we kind of came about the entire project. And I will show you the project itself so that you can see what the final result was. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Hi, amazing work. I think I've looked at this project like countless times. It's just amazing anytime I look at it. So my question is, how do you get to pick the right sound for each of your video? Because I feel like sound is a very big part in the video. So how do you just get to figure out the best sound to use for your videos?
Amazing question. So for sound, I think the first thing is really a bit of trial and error. And that usually happens during the animatic stage of the entire process. So during animatic, we'll kind of try we'll take different soundtracks that we may like. And sometimes you may send us those soundtracks to the clients to say, oh, do you like any of these ones? And they may say, okay, I like this or I like this one. Sometimes they may say, you just pick, and you just have to decide. So it's going to be, you're going to do that test when you're doing your animatic, because that's when you can now, also sound kind of determines pacing, right, as well. So you could also use sound to kind of determine the pace of the video. So different music soundtrack and different music would give you different type of pacing for your video. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you so much I really love your work. It's very, very unique. But my question is, so for a 3D, for a 3D kind of work, if you want to like incorporate 3D in your motion design work, which software do you think works best or works really well with After Effects? Because I'm in the middle of choosing between Blender and Cinema 4D. So I'm asking you to try to recommend one software for me.
If you want my recommendation, use Cinema 4D, but I would say that anybody who wants to use Blender, I would say that maybe you want to try something new, you like a challenge. Blender doesn't have a really easy learning curve. Cinema 4D does, and you probably have an easier time using Cinema 4D than using Blender. So my advice or my suggestion is use Cinema 4D. Hopefully that helps.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, the video is amazing. I think I've watched it countless times on Instagram. So my question is, how many softwares and what softwares do you use, to make this happen? And what is the duration of this kind of project? Also, during operations, like when you are working on the project, because I'm a web designer, there are sometimes the clients will tell you, okay, do this. When you've done it, when it's time for corrections, it will take them like 2 or 3 months just correcting. So do you charge them extra for that correction? There are sometimes they will tell you to do this. You have done it for them. They will come again. They've changed their mind. When you do the thing they ask you to change it to, they will tell you again for that same thing you've changed that, sorry, no, I want this. So do you charge them per corrections for that? It's like a 3-in-1 question, like how many softwares, what kind of softwares for this, duration of this kind of projects, and when you're having issues with the client, always changing things?
For software, I think I probably use 3. So I use Blender, After Effects. Oh, sorry, that's very wrong. About like 5. So I use like Illustrator, Blender, After Effects, Substance Painter for like the texturing, and Photoshop for compositing. Regarding the timelines, these projects could take anywhere between 1 to a month. In this case, I think this took about a month and some weeks, if I'm correct. That's because we kind of had some challenges in between. And then regarding if they change their mind every time, I think personally I like to work with reasonable clients. That's the first thing, like people who are reasonable, because I think that some people can misuse revisions. But if you tend to get into that situation a lot, I would say just cap your revisions. So maybe 2 revisions per cycle, right? So maybe you send the storyboards, you can only have 3 revisions. Another 3, then you have to pay for
any extra revision that comes afterwards. So hopefully that kind of answers that question.
Thank you so much for the breakdown session. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mike. Has it been so far? Has it been so far? Okay, before the next panel session, please can we move to this side from the 7th row? I don't want to call names. From the person in pink. Can you move forward? Thank you. Let's move forward. While we are moving forward, the next panel we'll be having is on generative AI, and we have some amazing artists, developer, and people that they built cool stuff with AI, and how that has been a medium of their expressions. To anchor this panel, I will be calling on Femi Koka, who is also the convener of this event, to introduce the amazing speakers that we have. So let's move forward, please.
Thank you, Francis. Good afternoon, guys. Okay, so I'm just going to introduce the speakers who are going to be, who I'm going to be speaking with on this panel. The title is Creative Futures: How to Integrate Generative AI into the creative process. As we all know, AI has become more mainstream. We all use it every day, whether it's in creating AI-generated artworks, or in music production, or in film. You know, there are many ways that, you know, creators are beginning to collaborate with AI, and we want to break down the implications of that. And I would like to introduce the first speaker I'll call. I would like to call on Hamed Aroshekbe. Can you clap? Yeah. So Hamed is the founder of Swift XR. He's an XR engineer. He's a researcher, and he's just an all-around great guy. So, thank you, Hamed. Then I would like to call on Malik Afikboa. Hello, Malik. So Malik is an XR creator. He's an AI explorer. I mean, Malik, you know, a lot of the work that Malik has done has gone viral. He has done a lot of really impressive generative AI works. So he's a very good person to talk on this. Thank you, Malik. Then I'd like to introduce Shijuade Oguntayo. He's the founder of Delve AI Labs. They build AI products and AI tools. Thank you. Thank you, Shiju. And finally, I would like to introduce Francis Sipo. So Francis is an AI artist, AI whisperer. He's the founder of Odozi, and he also runs a platform called El Shaddai, or Elshad.ai, but it's you know, it's AI artworks with spirituality in context. So thank you, Francis. So I would actually call on everyone to introduce themselves one by one, because I'm sure I can't do a very good enough introduction for everyone. I'll start with Francis, and then we'll move it this way.
Hello, everyone. My name is Francis. I like playing chess. I do sound and media stuff too. I love design. I'm an artist. I do almost everything media related. That's the truth. And I've tried to find a way to integrate artificial intelligence into every single space. So I love creativity and I also love technology. Quick summary.
Thank you. That's actually, yeah. I think it's all about creativity and technology, so it's really great. And I think that everyone on this panel represents that fusion of creativity and technology. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shijuade Oguntayo. I'm an AI engineer. A very, very long time ago, I was actually going to be a musician, but then I decided to go with AI instead. But now AI gives me the opportunity to try my hands at music again. So, awesome.
Hello, everybody. My name is Malik. I like to refer to myself as a storyteller. I use many different mediums for storytelling: film, photography, AI, fashion, anything really. It depends on my mood. So I'm a storyteller. That's the best way I can put it. Yeah.
Nice. Hi everyone. My name is Ahmed Awushegbe, and I'm a software engineer. But I majorly focus on 3D, augmented and virtual reality. I also have an MSc in AI, and yeah, and I love anime. Nice to be here.
So thank you for that, guys. So I want to start with this. I think it's very, because of how AI operates, AI is actually not magic, as a lot of us would know, or as a lot of us should know, it's not magic. It's, you know, AI is, you know, it's been, we build AI applications to do specific things, but it also means that there are things that it's not good at, right? I want to ask, and I'll start with Hamed. I want to ask you, how do you, what is AI good for, right? In what cases should one leverage AI, and in what cases should one not leverage AI, right? Is there, or are there cases where one should not leverage AI, or is it that AI should be used for, like, you know, I just want to get a sense of, you know, what should, in your creative process, or in the creative process, right? So for example, right, I think AI is a very good brainstorming tool, right? In terms of, say, refinement, sometimes it might not be that great, you know, but are there areas that, you know, we need to look at? So yeah, let me just allow you to answer.
Nice. Thank you so much. So I think, you know, with the old buzz around AI, now I guess there's some couple of misconceptions, right? And what I tell people oftentimes is to look at accuracy. So the easiest way to understand, you know, when to leverage an AI and when not to leverage an AI is if I break it down in this context, right? So imagine we have an AI, you know, model, and this could be, you know, like just something you could chat with. And this stuff deals with medicine, right? So it could tell whether someone is HIV positive or HIV negative. And let's say if you're HIV positive, then you start, you know, then it's like, you know, what next? Now, this AI is 90% accurate in terms of accuracy. So what I mean is, if 10 people go to this AI to diagnose, one will be wrong, right? So there's some points where, you know, looking at those, you know, data points, and that's why AI is kind of really tricky now in the medical space, is you need to be sure, like when you're dealing with accuracy, there need to be human touch and the AI together. But, you know, when it's more like, you know, in our own space, technology and being creative is really good for brainstorming, you know, as you said. And yeah, and the way, you know, how you said to apply AI, because more in the 3D space, is we tend to see how we could use AI to generate 3D models. It's a really big space. It's a really big industry. You know, when we're trying to do our work, we spend a week, you know, a day, 2 days trying to generate 3D model for like animations, for games, and a whole lot of stuff. But with AI now, I could just prompt, or I could, you know, have like an image there, and it works. And this is a really good place to leverage AI, as compared to, there was this chatter I had with the CEO of a big furniture company, $12 billion furniture company, and they're trying to convert all their furniture on their store into 3D model. And then they had this client they were working with, and then they had to pay the clients, I think, a fixed fee in dollar per model. And by the time they looked at that for like 10 million items on their website, it was like, oh, that was too much. But then looking at stuff like AI, for example, just having pictures convert that, shows like that's like a really good way to apply AI. So AI is good to brainstorm, to test, to move fast, to iterate fast. But then when you're dealing with stuff that have to do with accuracy and people live, then you want to have like human intervention.
Thank you so much for that. So I'll go to you, Malik. So you've done, you know, you've made a couple of viral AI artworks. You know, I want to ask you plainly, what is the secret, right? Okay, to rephrase, how, in your process, right, how do you, what have you seen? What are the trends in creating work, that is actually really good? Because it's not all AI-generated works that look good. You have to sift through a lot. Is it a lot of sifting through? Is it that there is some sort of technique towards generating really outstanding work right from the start? What have you found? What insights can you share about, that process?
All right, that's a good question. Thank you. I'll take it in two parts. The first part is my process. I'm a filmmaker. That's what I do for a living. I shoot TV commercials and all of that, documentary, all of that's what I do. But when I started working with the AI, generative AI, it was 2 years ago, and it's not what it was today. And what I found out was that it's very biased, the very generic, very biased, and it wasn't made with us in mind. So we get generic images of, I'll take you back a little bit first of all. Photography, first of all, in Africa did not start with black people. It started with the colonial masters. So that meant for a fact that they decided how we look like in photography. So that has gone down from past to all of, obviously, stock photography, health, commercials. When you talk about WHO and all of that, you see kids on the streets, you're begging for food. That's the image of Africa that the digital world has. So now, unfortunately, it has trickled down into the AI softwares. So when I started to create the Elder series, I was trying to create elegant Africans that look a certain way, but I was getting very, very stereotypical images. I was getting men in villages that were looking very, very impoverished. So I was wondering why. So literally I had to train it with my data. I had to train it with many things that I had. I needed to change the image used on my own neural network. So that's why my images that came out were very different from the images that were generic from the actual thing. So because I now realized that this is what it is, I started to train my own data set. So my images are very specific, very detailed, and because I have a background in film, I understand lighting, I understand composition, I understand what things are meant to look like, so I apply that as well. So I never let the AI software dictate my final output or let it, show me my results. It's just a brainstorming tool, like you said, or a tool to start off. Like I said, just a tool. So with all these other factors in mind, that's how I get my results. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much. All right, so I have a question for you, Shiju, also. Like Malik said, and even Hamed, AI-generated artworks, it still needs supervision. And not just even generated artwork, AI, artificial intelligence, right? You cannot just take it verbatim, especially when critical things rely on it, I want to ask, how, as an AI engineer who builds AI tools and softwares, and products, what would you, share with people, right, everyone here, as to some of the biases of AI that is inherent to how it's been built, right? So I know that it's, we've said AI is good for brainstorming, right? But it's not good for some other things. But why? Why is it not good for some other things? Why is it good for brainstorming tools? Can you simplify that process of the build of AI? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was a very good question. So yeah, I mean, like my fellow panelists have already mentioned, there's a lot of bias in AI, and the reason because of how the model is trained. So an AI, at the end of the day, I like to think of an AI model as a child. You are training that child, and you are teaching the child what is good, what is bad, what you should do, what you shouldn't do, and you train it over time. So now, like a lot of the models out there, they were created in different places with different experiences, and that you can't even be mad at that, right? Because at the end of the day, you will train, with what you have, and you can only put what you know into something. But one of the great things about AI is that it learns, so even that can be refined further. When we also generate our pictures and we generate our data, you retrain the AI as he has done, as he has demonstrated, as he has done. You can continue to fine tune that, and in that way, even the role the AI plays in what you do can also grow. So yes, you can say at the beginning, we are only brainstorming, or you're giving me a general plan, but even that can evolve with time, right? You can start to take more active roles. So I code on a daily basis, and now I've integrated that completely into my, I think we're going, I don't know if I've rambled beyond.
So just to reiterate on the question, I'll say, you know, as we've sort of built that premise, AI is good at brainstorming, but sometimes you need to supervise the results, right? You know, and sometimes it does unexpected things. You know, in building AI softwares, in building it, why does it do that? Like why, right? So that people understand why. You know, not just use it this way. Like this is so people understand the restrictions and the constraints of the tool, right? From the perspective of an engineer.
So yeah, I think I touched on that a little bit. So it comes from that bias, and that bias comes from the data that it's trained with, as well as the bias of you yourself that you're creating it based on what you know.
Thank you so much for that. Awesome. So Francis. Isibo, yeah. So Francis, also for a bit of context, I mean, a lot of the work that you do, just like Malik, is very centered on representing maybe not Nigerian, but Black and African stories in the work that you create with AI. You know, I will also ask you the same question that I asked Malik. You know, how do you how do you go about your process, right, to make sure that when you what you generate, like how do you keep that consistency in what you generate? You know, what techniques, what maybe not techniques, but yeah, what have you learned? What insights have you uncovered from from this process? Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I go for representation because I feel like when I first started as well, it was only basically white folks online, and I felt like that's not an accurate. So like I'm a believer, and most of the things I'm doing, they're going to be used in the Christian space with teaching children the things of God, et cetera, et cetera. And I feel like representation is very critical for people to associate like so if you're telling someone this person is a good role model, and the person looks like you, or he looks like he could have lived next to you or something, I feel like that puts things within reach as compared to if he's from a different continent or something. A major thing I began to do was I began to document my process. So I have like every single product I work on, I have like logs with all the prompts I use and every iteration. Right now, that's not as, I use Midjourney, by the way. I believe you're using Stable Diffusion, your own installation, I'm guessing, or something else?
Midjourney as well, Stable Diffusion, but I use Python to train as well, so which is.
Gotcha. I just got my installation maybe 2 weeks ago, but that's for video usage or whatever for a movie. But I use Midjourney, and then recently they've upgraded the back end of things where they now have the logs, and you can go behind and see all your prompts and everything. You can search for stuff based on keywords. But I still have the keywords simply because of I can have a project that's like the title of the project, and I have all the different prompts that were used. And if I need something from that place, I just go back there. And while looking at different styles, because I go about different styles, watercolor, mixture of watercolor, acrylic, and different things or whatever. For the sake of consistency, I will kind of nail a look and keep on refining it until I get somewhere. Midjourney actually has a feature now that lets you do that a lot easier, but then it's by dialing things in and then capturing the journey on the way there. I kind of have like my warmer, hotter, cold, kind of like markers all the way through until I get a specific style I've like kind of dialed in. And anytime I want to replicate that style, I already have the prompts there. So I just change stuff around. I work with ChatGPT as well because since ChatGPT got eyes, ChatGPT vision, I can just throw an image in there and it breaks down everything, whether it's the style. So for example, let's say I'm going for a graphic or something that will be used in a corporate environment. I just throw in different things that fit into that space and kind of learn the design language. Then I go my own way with Midjourney and kind of like come up with stuff in that direction as well. So yeah, basically like documentation I feel is critical, and taking advantage of the other tools beyond just having the AI prompt generator or whatever. The other thing I would say is, making things as personal as possible would be really helpful. So if you don't know, you can actually have your own chat server thing in Discord and then have Midjourney in there. So going beyond the surface in taking advantage of these tools, I think would be really helpful in customizing your experience.
Thank you so much for that. You ended with going beyond, and you mentioned your process. You mentioned all of the work. I think all of us have sort of broken down how a lot of work has to go into, you know, AI outputs, right? So you see ChatGPT, for example, is the same tool. Everyone has access to it. I'm sure a lot of people use it. But there are results and there are results, right? And I think it depends on the process, right? It depends on what you put in that you get out. Like, you can get very generic, you know, unintelligent, or well, maybe not unintelligent, but very vague, you know, ChatGPT-like response, and you can really refine it, right? And I think that it really boils down to how you use it and the work that you put into it. Because if you just expect that it's going to give you, whether it's GPT-4, GPT-3, or you know, stable diffusion, you can't just expect that the first thing you put in will give you the results that you need. You know, you need to refine it. You need to let it know. It's exactly like this. You are trying to communicate to this AI tool, right? The same way we try to communicate. And even within human communication, which is very advanced, we still find that there's a lot of miscommunication. There's still a lot of, you know, misinterpretation, right? So it's very important that you can refine that conversation, right? You can get it to understand exactly what you're trying to say, you know, in a very clear way for it to give you what you want. Else, it won't be what you want. It will just be what it thinks you want, right? So I want to move into the next phase of this, which is basically, and I'm going to start with Hamed. You know, we've looked at the current state of AI. You know, you're a researcher, you're an XR engineer also, you know, and you work a lot with AI. I want to ask where you see the future, right, of artificial intelligence, and how creatives, you know, should leverage it, right? What are the trends you're seeing, especially with the research that you do? You know, yeah. So what's the future, right? What are you? And please let me know if that's a bit vague, but because you think
yeah, sure, that's fine. Yes, I think. Again, generally, there's a general vision for AI, and that is AGI, that is artificial general intelligence. So, you know, again, all we said today about, you know, AI being good for brainstorming is because, you know, what we have now is just, you know, like some, you know, like some ML, some data, some deep learning, just some models, right, that are being trained by data sets. But when we achieve AGI, at that point in time, it's like you could just have AI on autopilot. Then it can think, it can do stuff. Although at that point, it starts to get a bit scary. You know, but again, at the same time, as you know, you can't say because a plane could crash. You're not gonna take a plane. Right? So it's just about like how do we get to that point and have the required regulations around it. And that's, you know, but we're definitely gonna move to that state of AGI. What does that mean for us as a person? The very first thing it means is there's gonna be a lot of cutting jobs. Today, most of the jobs we have today are highly automatable, right? So stuff like, you know, doing a lot of stuff. But that doesn't actually mean that the job is phasing away. The way I see it is it's moving. So to break that down, for example, was like when Meta had this Horizon world, like, you know, like this virtual world, and it was like, okay, maybe XR could take jobs away. Right, then we started seeing people that were actually doing jobs inside that world. So if you come into that space, for example, and it's your first time there, you don't like know how to navigate around. You have people just there as an avatar saying, okay, point like this. So rather than actually seeing jobs go away, we're going to start to see people moving more like there's going to be a shift in what that landscape is going to look like. So rather than being scared, it's about like how do we infuse ourselves at this time with the required skill to move fast. And just to wrap that up also is in terms of software, right? Today, most of the engineers you have today, you know, again, even including me, for example, I have no idea about PHP. And I built a WordPress plugin on PHP, highly secured in 2 days using GPT, right? And that's just like the kind of world we're going to get into. Like, how do you use this tool to augment your weaknesses and then move really fast?
Thank you so much for that really solid answer. Yeah. So I'm gonna move on to you, Malik. So this is just the last round, but I'm gonna move on to you, Malik. I want to ask, because a lot of what you do is about storytelling, you know. So my question is, with AI, right, and with the future of AI, you know, how do you see our stories being told? You know, what kinds of you know, okay, yeah. So what's how do you see our stories being told with these new tools? You know, Malik, Ahmed mentioned AGI coming, you know, and I think it's very, because a lot, you know, like AGI is here. I think I believe it's coming. There are people working deliberately on it, but not just that. You know, processors are also becoming smaller. Computers are becoming smaller. Like there are all these trends that are pointing towards, you know, a much more, you know, it might not seem very realistic right now, but so AI, even ChatGPT didn't seem like that 4 or 5 years ago, right? I remember when DALI came out, right? But my question is that you know, because like Hamed also said, sorry, I'll round this up. Like Mohamed also said, jobs are changing, right? The kinds of work that we do is also changing. The thing, like for example, even when I work now, there is a part of my process that I hinge on AI, right? How do you think that we'll tell story? And also because of your background in filmmaking, that's why I'm asking this. But how do you think stories, right? How do you think, how do you think AI can collaborate with us to tell stories, looking at where the trends of this technology is going?
I think it's already started, to be fair. And speaking of AGI, I think we should be worried, and we should not take it lightly, honestly. I used to say that, yeah, we are far away from there, but with what I've seen in the past few months, trust me, I know, it's crazy. In terms of film, earlier this year, we did something, a project with Marvel Studios. We created the costume and art direction for Blade, a film called Blade. And that was like the first time Marvel was using AI. After that, they used it for another series that Samuel L. Jackson was on. But the project that I was on was this thing where we created all the costumes literally for the protagonist, the antagonist, and even the supporting actors and the world and the art direction in between. And that was what was used for the storyboarding and for eventually for filming. You know, so that's one thing. Another way, apart from to write stories, is, you know, you're gonna have, because we already use AI in film, like Premiere Pro, all these Adobe softwares already have AI when you want to color grade, when you want to do a bunch of things. But now it's gonna be more advanced in terms of the time it will take to finish up post-production, the time it will take for your cameras to really capture your things properly, to focus. So it's gonna be in everything that we're doing, from pre-production to post-production to the technical side, to even how you're watching it, you know. So we should think about everything in that space, but we should think about it as creators as well, that if we don't find ways to infuse this thing in what we're doing, we're going to be left behind. We don't have to look at it as something that's going to replace, you know. It will take your job if you don't find ways to use it. If you're a writer, a photographer, a film, anything that you're doing, and you find ways to add AI to that thing, that would make it a lot better than you saying, I'm going to stick to this thing and I'm going to do it. It's not going to happen. Look at what happened to Blockbuster and Netflix. That's technology. It's always going to grow, you know. So it's just the fact that we need to find ways of understanding it, doing our research the most, of how best to use it, because it's all on experimental phases right now. We're still experimenting. We're still finding the best ways on how to, you know, use it for solutions, or how to refine it, or how to, you know, tackle the bias and all these things. So we're very, very much in the early stages. So this is the best time to adopt it. So when we're there in the so-called future that is very close, we're ready. You know, that's how I see it. It's going to be chaotic.
I agree with you on that. I certainly agree on that. So yeah, thank you so much for that. So Shiju, I want to ask you also with your background with you know, building AI softwares, building tools, building products, you know, and also with like AGI and all these things that we're talking about, right? You know, I think that the essence is, I'm trying to see how we can really break this down, right, and simplify it, right? AGI, right, you know, as we know, right, is artificial general intelligence. That's so for anyone who is unfamiliar, so that I give it also a bit of context in terms of AGI. AGI is meant to have the collective intelligence of all of humanity. I think that's the mission of DeepMind, for example. They're building AGI that is singularly more intelligent than the collective humanity. But what happens when you have a tool, right, that is basically representing the collective intelligence of all of humanity, but you have it? Every other person has it too, right? You know, what kind of future would that look like? I want to ask if you have any sort of thoughts, so that you might not have any very clear cut answers, but just so that we start to think about this and we start to really, it starts to really dawn on us what kind of future is coming.
So yeah, I mean that's that's a very deep question, I'd say. But so I think the first part to answer that has to do with, so when we talk about AGI, right? There are like a lot of concerns with that. Like, what does that mean? It's gonna take jobs. Is it, and if you've seen Terminator and the rest of them, can they one day maybe come out and kill us? Now, like personally, I think that's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is also that humanity as a whole, we have a lot of problems, and just 2 years ago, we experienced the pandemic. For the first time, the whole world experienced something that everybody else experienced, right? And while COVID was pretty terrible because a lot of people died, but there can be worse pandemics, there can be worse diseases, right? So I think one way to look at it is that while it's true that it has problem and it's problematic, we can also see it as it's necessary for our long-term survival. So in terms of survival, let's even start with that. And that's one effect on our future. Now, what does the future look like with it? So I mean, even looking at it today, AI, like what AI does well is it lets you offload a lot of all those pesky little things that you were gonna be thinking about and spending time on. It lets you offload all of that to it. So that's why it can be your brainstorming partner, your personal assistant, your study buddy, whatever it is. So you can offload a lot of all those to it, and it lets you or us think more on a higher level. Now everybody is now like a manager because you can offload a lot of those menial tasks to an AI to do that for you. So I think ultimately, I think it has the potential to make the world more productive. Now a lot of the things that I think, and this might be a bit sci-fi, but I think it's possible to lead to a future where AI is just so productive that there's no point for a lot of people to even work anymore. Where a lot is being generated, a lot of money is being made, and like that, it's not even practical anymore to have people do jobs that AI can do 1,000 times faster. You understand what I'm saying? So like it's even better to get those people out of the way. As a matter of fact, they are slowing things down, and they can just be having like non-stop vacations. So yeah.
Thank you for that very vivid picture of the future. But yeah. So Francis, I also want to ask you, still in line, how do you see, the role that AI will play in our lives, within the tools that we use, going into the future? How do you think that we should look at it? How do you think we can prepare for it? So, thank you.
Yeah, funny. There's actually a TV show called Mandalorian. I don't know if you've seen that show before. One of the episodes in the most recent season, the worst season, but the most recent season though, they go to a planet where they literally have robots that do everything, and they just party nonstop. The robots, they farm, they clean, they do everything, and humans are just these kings, and they just party nonstop. The king is there. He's just like everyone else. Is like, hey, welcome, and da-da-da-da. And it's, I know that ideally God didn't make us to do that. So there is an intrinsic danger, but like there is this sense of, okay, the toiling has to be different, from what it has been for the past few years. The truth is that this is like the Industrial Revolution. If you remember, back then, people were using every single part of the production process for everything. Now we have these tools that make things work, like you mentioned, a lot faster and a lot quicker. I will say there is still, so because artificial intelligence, it doesn't give room for spirituality, it's just a lot of pattern recognition, at least for right now, and a lot of guesstimation. The spiritual element is still something that these things lack. And this is where, and I take the spiritual part very seriously. And I'm saying that because who's ever seen the movie Dune before? The Bene Gesserit. If you remember, they banished artificial intelligence from society because of the dangers that it brought. And what they had instead were people that trusted in narcotics and different tools, going about intelligence from a different perspective. So what I see is a mixture of two things. I see advanced spirituality, where people are going new age, occultic, demonic, whatever level of spirituality like you lean into, or Christians. I believe that Christianity is a true way. Forgive me for my bias, but like you're going through spirituality, you're going hard after that, or you're going hard into technology as well with no spirituality at all, where things are basically like you're utilitarian, things are just getting done, or a mixture of the two. I believe very strongly in the mixture of the two, simply because I found that inspiration with these tools would simply lead to faster deployment of solutions. That's my major thing. So like, again, I'm going to bring my bias in. Whenever I feel inspiration from the Lord hitting me, what hits me many times is, man, I need to respond to this quickly. And what I feel many times is a need for workflows that can optimize the quick deployment of those solutions, if that makes sense. I wake up, I have a dream. I have a workflow that is able to quickly, I tell ChatGPT my dream, it makes it as vivid as possible. I have a workflow that takes that transcript and puts it into Mid-Journey, and I have visuals I can choose from. I have multiple, generations. And all I just see is augmentation that is servicing the human factor. Does that make sense? The things that only we can do really well, they get served really, really well by artificial intelligence. And no matter what happens, those things that we do well, the creativity, the loving, the understanding of what is real, like up to now, we still have issues with hallucinations. If you've ever played around with Bard, you can see how severe it is. I think Cloud is the only one. Cloud Anthropics is the one that they had to develop a constitution to establish what is real, because it really is just generating stuff. It doesn't have an actual consciousness yet, that is able to interface with reality. So it doesn't know what is real. I did some math just now while I was over there, and this thing, it could not tell me. It gave me a wrong answer to a simple math problem. This is ChatGPT 4.0, by the way. So the things that we are good at, what is real, making emotional decisions, and spirituality, we would then surround everything with technology, basically. That's what I see the future looking like. So yeah.
Thank you so much for that from everyone. So just to sort of tie all of this together, I think that it's very important and very apparent that, even as we use AI, even as AI saves us time, which is not insignificant, time is very important. And the thing with AI and leveraging AI is that it's a competitive advantage, right? So if you don't use it, you are missing out because other people are going to use it. I mean, AGI comes out and you say, oh, I wouldn't use it, and someone else is deploying the entire, it's, in the end, it's about competitive advantage, and that's what causes people to use it. So, as we do all of that, time is a big factor. Like he said, how creatives need to look at, utilizing and using AI tools in their workflow. It has to really be hinged on, being, basically collaborating with this tool, and making sure that as we, as we work with these tools, we can guide it, right? We can guide it to give us the kind of results that we want, right? We can guide it to understand us better, to be able to reflect, what it is that we want to see in the world happen. Because it's we have to be the visionaries behind the results, right? If we delegate that vision to artificial intelligence, I don't know if that's the kind of future that will be good for all of us. I think that we still need to take initiative and action with respect to what kind of outputs do we want to see, and how can we make sure that these tools are able to get us that output. But I think right now we're going to take questions. It's really been a great talk from everyone. I've learned so much also. So does anyone have any questions? Thank you for that. Just one or two.
All right, so does anybody have any question? We can only take one or two.
Okay, thank you for all you've said. My question is, how does AI affect your growth? Before you get to the point where you know what to prompt it, when you're still learning and you need the process of being creative, how does AI affect those parts of your growth? That's question.
Yeah, so I mean, there's really no fixed path. So what you should think about is imagine you have like an assignment, for example, that you don't know, right? And then you want to ask someone that's smarter than you, maybe just in that particular subject area, right? Maybe your dad, or your brother, your sister, or even your friend. I mean, you simply just walk up to them, right? And then you construct that message in a nice way, right? I'd like to know about XYZ stuff, and the answer to you, right? And that's pretty much how you want to prompt some of this like some of these AI chatbots, because they are built with NLU, that is natural language understanding, right? So just imagine, I tell most people that don't even like when you're starting out, you don't need to think, what are the fancy word I need to use. Just go ahead, chat with it the way you chat with someone when you're stuck, and it's actually going to respond back to you. Then you just keep refining it. Remember that, just think about it as a more like a smarter person than you, right? If I'm stuck in a software, for example, I see ChatGPT as maybe John Cameron, right? Just ask it, I'm stuck with this, give me an answer, and it just tells me like the answer. That's fine.
And to add to that as well, keywords are very important as well. So the more you speak to this, the more you understand how you speak to it. And the more you test and research and get results and change those prompts, the more you understand how the results are. So when you're changing certain keywords, you're seeing the results, and you're seeing the result, then you would understand how to get, specific results from it. So that language, like you said, natural language, that is how it learns from you, but you also have to learn from it. Do you understand? It's a give and take kind of thing.
All right, so let's come for a picture. All right, let's put our hands together for them once again. Okay, so well done everybody, and I hope you're having a good time. If you're having a good time, say, yeah. Okay, we've been here for a couple of hours, and I know we've had like from one talk to the other, and we're about to have another one. We're about to have Roland take us on a case study. But just before that, I would like to know if you've met anybody new in this place today. Please raise your hand. Raise your hand if you've met someone new. And you can remember their name. All right, I'm going to ask you. So tell us your name and the name of the person you just met.
Okay, my name is Tunta Milore. I met Adebayo, and I also met an Adeyemi. Yeah, two different people.
Okay, anyone else? You met someone today. Who did you meet? And what did they do?
Oh yeah, so I met Adeyemi. He's a poet and scriptwriter.
Where is Adeyemi? Two people have met Adeyemi today. Adeyemi must be a very friendly person. All right. I think we're ready for Roland. All right. So while we wait for Roland, I would just like to know, I can come to you and ask you or pick you out to give a response to this. So you tell us your name, your favorite session so far, and what you've learned so far. But before I pick out anybody, if you are ready to volunteer to respond, please just raise your hand and I'll come to you with the mic. Your name, your favorite session so far, and what you've learned. If I notice you looking at your phone, I'm coming to you. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Franklin. My favorite part of the Lagosmeet is how to use AI as part of the creative process, which is just one that happened now. I had something like a question, not like a question, but more like an observation of AI. I've been using AI for a few months now, and my question is more like an economic question. So if everybody could create good AI, products like graphics and stuff, who becomes the gate man or the gatekeeper to what is actually sold? Because it seems like if everybody can do it, then we have an imbalance in demand and supply. How does it work?
All right, thank you very much. What's your name again? Frank. So the people that can answer this question, they just left here. But I mean, I believe that we have very smart people in this audience, and they might also have an answer. So who has an answer to Frank's question? Did you hear his question? He said, if everybody can use AI to create anything, so who would be the gatekeeper, right? Who is going to be the gatekeeper? Who wants to answer to that? Okay. I was about to say the gate man will be the gatekeeper, but I guess there's a better answer for us here.
Hi, everyone. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Deji Oyewole, and I also use AI, and I'm also an artist as well. So I can say, let's just start with a piece of information that would actually help you think about this better. Is that creativity actually starts from your mind before it translates onto whatever medium you use. So if everybody is using it and does not have a creative mind, I think it will be kind of obvious in terms of the kind of art you would get and the result and output you would get. But when, artists and AI comes together like what this event, is actually pushing forward for, you actually see the difference in the output, in the narrative, in the structure of the AI coming out. And you trust me, you won't get the same if just somebody who is not a creative person handles the same AI and tries to produce stuff. You won't get that. Does that answer your question? What? Yes, it's more about that.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope you guys heard the answer. Thank you, Deji, for your answer, and thank you, Frank. All right, so who else wants to volunteer? Your name, your favorite session so far, and what you've learned. I'm looking for someone pressing their phone. Okay, I'll spare you. Okay, so who else wants to volunteer?
My name is Zira, and what I've enjoyed so far was the case study presentation by Ebuka. Yes. Oh, sorry, Ebuka. Wait. What have I learned today so far? I've learned more about AI, really. So I was at an AI conference yesterday, and I got introduced to in-depth of AI, and I learned more about it now. I enjoyed it, but I enjoyed the case study presentation more. It was really interactive and presented. No, a UX designer. Yeah.
All right. Anybody else? All right, so I'm going to give it to this big man. So you tell us your name, what you do, your address, your wife's name, if you have a child or other concubines, and what you've learned, and your favorite session so far.
My name is Ridwan. I'm a product manager. My favorite session so far has been the portfolio case study by Ebube. It was very nice to get like a behind the scenes to how he created the incredible work that he showed to us. And yeah, pretty much.
Special section. In the creative sector right now, you're finding that there's a lot of crossover, right, in how we're using our tools. Who here has used a tool called Unreal? Have you? Okay, who here has heard of a tool called Unreal? All right. It's used to create a lot of the movies, right? A lot of the AAA games that you love playing, right? It's actually the most successful gaming engine in the world, right? But it can be used for a lot more. And if you've watched any of the new Star Wars movies, right? There's actually a series with I think it's The Mandalorian, right? The Mandalorian. A lot of the scenes that they filmed, they never left a stage, right? All of it, all of the amazing graphics, all came from Unreal. So we want to learn from some of the world's best trainers. There are only 3 of these trainers in the world, right, that are certified by Unreal. And we have the CEO of Green Rain, one of those, who will be speaking to us today. Hi, Karen. I hope you can hear me. We're good to go.
Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I'm really glad I was invited to speak with all of you. Amazing to see so many creatives in one place. And I'm here to tell you a little bit about our journey with Unreal and with virtual production, and how we're helping sort of shape up filmmaking and use this amazing technology to bring creative visions to life. So during the chat, if you have any questions, feel free to drop it in the Q&A section, and I'm happy to spend some time after answering these questions as well. But I have I'm going to walk you through a presentation I've put together to highlight some of this technology, and rather than just talk about what we've done, I also want to it's almost a call to action for all of you amazing creators. To start experimenting with this technology and seeing what you can create with it as well. So, allow me to just share my screen here for a second. All right, so the studio I founded here is called Green Rain. We're based out of Mumbai, India, and it's a real pleasure to be here. So just a little about our studio. It's it's a real-time technology studio. We leverage a lot of technology that comes from the world of gaming, extended reality, and animation and visual effects as well. And we're sort of active on 2 fronts, and I'll tell you a little about what those are. But we're a training center on one hand, and then we're also a production studio, where we leverage this technology, and I think we're really trying to bring together the worlds of game technology and filmmaking and see how we can put these together to create the future of films. So, like I said, we've trained a little over 4,000 students, and we are a premier authorized training center. So we teach a lot of people how to leverage this technology in animation, and whether we're working with DPs, directors, or just 3D artists, there's a role for everybody in this pipeline. So I'll tell you a little more about our approach as well, and we also work on a number of Netflix titles. So we've worked on 20 of their shows to date. So the team is we're a relatively small team, so that's what really excites me about this. When we started, we were just about 6 people, and we've grown a little bit to 40. But fact is we wrap up a lot of projects with just 3 or 4 people being on, and it's really because of the changes we're seeing in this technology. And this is it's what we call real-time workflows. And for anybody not very familiar with what I mean by the word real-time, right? Just to give you some context, because like visual effects is not new, neither is computer-based animation, and Pixar sort of pioneered animated 3D in the 90s. But what's happened since then is things have really come a long way. These tools have become more democratized. More people can access them. The tool that we primarily use, called Unreal Engine, is absolutely free to use. It's royalty free, so if you're trying to make a film with it, it's 100% royalty free, and there's no licensing cost or anything at this point in time. And also, just the other thing I mean by the word real time is that typically when we look at 3D rendering pipelines back in the day, it would take a few minutes to render a single frame out. And obviously we've had great looking visuals for a long time, but gaming, on the other hand, right, we're used to playing. If anybody here plays games, you're often running at like 60 frames per second or 30 frames per second. So 60 frames per second, that means you're generating 60 images every second. And when you're running at a frame rate that high, that means every 16 milliseconds you're generating a new frame. And that's what makes it real time, because you can dynamically, in a game, you can move anywhere in that virtual world, right? And what's happened over the years is that rendering technology and the graphics have become so good that people really started taking a look at it and started wondering, okay, like, why are we only using this for games? Games are amazing, but this technology is so powerful. So at Green Rain, we're using these real-time workflows, for filmmaking and animation. Prior to that, we've actually used it in a lot of engineering simulations, architectural visualization. We've made games, we made virtual reality experiences. So it's very multifaceted. But I'm here to talk a little bit about this sort of intersection point of film and games, and it's really leads to this technology called virtual production, and this is where I think it sort of fits into the filmmaking process, right? It's at this really interesting intersection of visual effects, production, and pre-production, and I'll show you a little more about what we can do. But I also want to shed some light on how we can leverage all of this technology to help build virtual worlds, and then look at the intersection of how we can bridge the physical world with these amazing virtual worlds that we're able to build. So these are some aspects about virtual production that I'll talk about. And at the start it was mentioned about the Mandalorian, of course, and that's one of the first major shows to use this technology, and that's sort of at the end of the spectrum over here, this in-camera VFX, which means if people are shooting things that are heavy on visual effects, if you watch a lot of the Marvel movies or anything like that as well, they're largely shot on green screens or blue screens in the background, where the background is replaced. But as a filmmaker, right, as a cinematographer, as a director, you often have to wait a long time to see what that frame looks like with things in the background. And sometimes it just and this is why a lot of people don't like sort of shooting against the green screen. You could lose some aspects of the vision as it translates, and you see that first frame sometimes after many months. So virtual production sort of solves that problem, and what they do in-camera VFX, which is the very end of the pipeline, is that now they're using these extremely large LED screens, that are driven by game engines like Unreal, and the image is dynamically updating. So you shoot like you would shoot at any real world location, but you are getting the background, things are moving, your camera is tracked, you're getting parallax and things like that. So that's the end of the. But if we look at the very start, right, it starts with something called world building, and I'll be diving a little more into that because it's just about how you can create amazing virtual worlds. Sometimes you're recreating a physical location. Sometimes you're doing something totally surreal, right? Or a fictional city like Wakanda. So it's going to allow for a lot of these techniques, and I just want to highlight some of the techniques that are used to build these worlds, right? So the first is actually using geospatial data. So I'll show you a little bit about what we've done over here, right? There was this sort of canyon that's in the south of India, and we were actually able to access a lot of satellite imagery and then recreate this in 3D. So one is, there's a lot of free and great geospatial data available. So instead of sitting on, a software that allows us to model and sculpt, we leaned on existing data to help build this very quickly. And we were able to leverage this technology on a recent show that's been doing extremely well in Asia in general. It's a show called Kalapani, and it takes place at a UNESCO heritage site. And we found that the show team had a lot of difficulty in acquiring permissions to do location scouts. They weren't able to fly drones over the area. It's protected, so it's historically a prison, and the sort of whole plot takes place over there. So we were able to kind of go in and get all this geospatial data and build something that the production designers could then figure out. And this technology allowed them to save about 30% on their production budget. And again, this is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, so we can also use a lot of these techniques to preserve and recreate these types of locations even when access is not easy. Like this is something that allows for that. And we're just using this intersection of there are a lot of amazing frameworks, one being Cesium. That's something we use heavily. It's all again, the Unreal integration is totally free. There's another one called OSM, which is OpenStreetMaps, that anybody can contribute to. So this is one such thing. The other thing we were able to do, right, is also just capture motion, right, and in terms of capturing any dance forms or action or martial arts or anything of that sort. This is where that comes in. And just going back, to what virtual production is, and now why would somebody want to use it? Ultimately, it's going to allow you to build amazing virtual worlds and keep people creatively aligned. But there's also producers will love it more and more moving forward, because ultimately you have lower production budgets. You're able to plan much better. You're able to visualize things much earlier in the process rather than everybody being on set and trying to figure things out. And it also leads to shorter timelines, things that are well planned. So we're often, sort of blocking our shots in a 3D world, just sitting on our computers or using something as simple as, a tablet like an iPad. So this is another method we use, right? This is something called photogrammetry, and this has been democratized a lot more. So over here, we've actually scanned this whole quarry. It's a really large region, and we had a drone fly over it, and we took a video. And ultimately, there's some software, photogrammetry software. I'll name a few things. We use primarily something called reality capture. It's a PC application, but since then, there are a lot of amazing phone-based applications where you can capture a number of things on your phone. We've seen some amazing scans of, small sculptures, tools, many other things like that, artifacts. And a lot of these things are free. There are tools like Reality Scan, Polycam, Luma AI. You can just download this on your phone today and start capturing the real world and digitizing these things. And again, this location, instead of multiple people having to go there and scout this location, they were able to do this in a much more planned and coordinated way, and then send only a few people there. Just another example of this, right? This massive sort of shipyard that we scan, and what you're seeing here is a point cloud. So we get this sort of point cloud data. and it just leads to the ability to also just store this, right, and have this space available to you even when it's not physically accessible. And this is low fidelity, but then it still gives you a good. So we can do some really high end photogrammetry where things look photoreal. Sometimes it's just about understanding the layout of a region. You can do it more frugally. And this is some of the workflows we use over here. And there's a company called Quixel that pioneered a lot of these capturing workflows. They're now acquired by Epic Games, the same company that makes Unreal Engine. But this is how a lot of it sort of works, where once you've captured it, you can really even clean it up much later and generate assets that are ready for games, ready for film, many other workflows. So it's an alternative to somebody sculpting something from scratch in a computer software, where you start with something that's based in reality. You're able to capture a lot of the textures, the grit, and that's sometimes just hard to achieve, or it's very time consuming to do it purely with a keyboard and mouse. This is another method we use, which is LiDAR scanning, and we're able to scan entire film sets over here. This is a pretty efficient process. This is a portable laser scanner. We've used this on another Netflix title where we were able to scan 5 sets that then really help the VFX workflows, help them realize scale and how they can start planning their effects for this. And then obviously we work with standard ground plans that may be created by architects and production designers, and we can build to spec from some of these actual ground plans as well. So now that we've done that, right, there's a lot of other things. Once we have these worlds built, it leads to a lot of other possibilities. One thing you can do is location scout in VR. With a VR headset, you can sort of put that on and start exploring this world. Then we have something called VCam, which is just, it's an iPad, typically or some other kind of screen, but it's actually tracking. So instead of, if you're trying to make films like this, you could actually explore this virtual world by just moving this iPad around with the trackers it's got on. And it leads to a more natural form of cinematography. You can have a lot of real-time camera moves. And then you have something called real-time previs, where it's like people traditionally use storyboards. But over here, you can think of these as storyboards on steroids. It's all in 3D. It's dynamic. You can move it around and give you a sense of what your composition is going to be like, how your camera is moving, a lot of those types of things. And then finally, we have the actual on-set uses. So there's something called simulcam, which even if you're shooting on a green screen, it's going to immediately in real time and show you a version of what the CG background is doing. So as you're shooting in camera, you get a sense of where you're shooting. And then finally, we have in-camera VFX. This shot here is actually from The Mandalorian. It was, like I said, one of the first major shows to use this. And it's just amazing, right? One is you're just capturing everything in there, and your production time is then a lot, your post-production time is drastically reduced. You're not going through the process of replacing backgrounds as much, but also some things that are just painful to do with a green screen, like this, the lead character here is wearing a metallic helmet. And one of the things that's hard with green screens is, shooting with glass, with metals, where you have transparency and reflections. Typically on a green screen or blue screen, you're going to have those reflections of so you're not just compositing the background, but you're also now you have to deal with all of this, right? So for things like scenes where you have cars driving through cities and things like this workflow is extremely useful over there. And we also do it on a much smaller scale. It doesn't have to be the scale of The Mandalorian. We work with small panels as well, and we've done some really interesting shots. In fact, just recently somebody just used a really large TV screen, a couple of these, and then they had this whole sort of cockpit in a spaceship type simulator with a background. And you're still getting beautiful lighting from the screens. You're getting these reflections. It's all coming in. So this is just a little more about that, and that workflow. This is actually happening at our studio in Mumbai. Like I said, it's a much smaller panel over here, and it's just giving a lot more clarity to DPs and directors than shooting on a green screen traditionally. And again, like this is not, this is just a space we use to test things. It's not a real shoot floor or anything like that. But really, in this playground and lab-like area, we're able to, get a lot of our workflows done. So this is another thing we did at our studio, just to sort of show you a little bit of the behind the scenes as well, where we have, so when you have a glass bottle like this, you're very, when you're shooting on a green screen, again, this is really painful. You'll have to replace the background and many other things. And let's see now, once we start focusing on our talent. So we're able to get a really nice sort of, city backdrop. This is just our office building, and there's just a, dirty cement wall behind, but we put some LED panels, and then we're able to, get this really nice sort of golden hour post sunset like look. And you'll see some of the behind the scenes here. It's a fairly frugal setup. So the lighting is largely just from, the LED panels that you see here. Then what we have here are cameras that are tracking the real physical camera as well as it moves around. So we're able to get parallax and perspective built into our shots as well. So we're able to showcase different times of day, and you can have and we can also switch to green screen whenever needed, of course. So I'd like to stop and see if there are any questions that anybody has. And one of the things we do is we teach people how to leverage this technology, make content like this, and it's been a really exciting and rewarding experience for us as not just creators but also teachers, where we see people start to leverage this technology, and it's never been more easy to access. And there's also this really interesting intersection of real-time technology and generative AI, where both these workflows are converging, and we're seeing some amazing content just being created, at timelines that are unforeseen.
Karen? Hi,
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Awesome. It's literally, I think one of the things that has come out of this is how much the process of creating film content, animation content is being democratized, so that anybody for the first time can actually play in some of these areas, right? Easily creating assets, 3D assets. I think, as you said, generative AI as well, right? We're still working on the workflows. In fact, the panel before you, right, was literally a host of people who are utilizing generative AI in interesting ways in this ecosystem. But just one really quick question before we'll let you go. I know it's pretty late over there. We wanted to talk about cost, right? So, for this market, even some of the movies that are made, some of them might be made for $1 million. That's small by Hollywood standards or by Netflix standards, but that's a lot here, right?
Right.
But then it's growing very fast. And I think, from next year, we're going to see really state-of-the-art directors who want to push the envelope. So how do you think those kind of directors can still build on a, shoestring kind of budget, but then start pressing into some of these things?
Yeah, no, that's a wonderful question, right? So, we actually run and help Epic run a number of programs like their fellowship program, and we did a short film challenge here in India. And really, what we're seeing is just teams of 2 or 3 people, right, with not more than a gaming laptop. Really, that's all you need at this point, right? With just that alone, right, you're able to create some phenomenal high-end looking content, right? There are a lot of other tools. So there's a tool again in the same ecosystem made by Epic called MetaHuman that allows you to create digital humans and animate them very easily on your phone as well. So you can animate it on your phone. They have a sort of web application where you're actually creating the digital human, and these are what anybody would call a AAA assets, right? It's extremely high, and typically something like that would have costed a few tens of $1,000s for a single character of that quality. You're able to do that for free and at your fingertips. So there's that, and even if you don't have a gaming laptop today, there's a number of technologies that just allow you to access Unreal on the web through something called pixel streaming. So a dear friend's company, he started this company called MetaDesk, where you can just try this out, right? You literally pay by the hour for using a server over there, and very very low capital investment, and you can start building there. And some of these assets, there's also just a huge marketplace of 3D content that's free, right? A lot of this is given away by Epic, other creators. They have a monthly free asset drops. You get all different sorts of environments. So I think getting started has never been easier. We provide a lot of free training as well. By the way, for anybody interested, we have a lot of foundational courses that are free. I'll probably send over a link later to anybody interested in joining. But yeah, it's really, I think the future of filmmaking is going to change very rapidly.
Awesome. Thank you so much for giving us your time, Karen. I think there's a lot of impact that can happen over the next year. We'll definitely be sharing these free tools as well, as you've mentioned, the courses, with the rest of the community. So from us in Lagos, good night. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure being here. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody.
Alrighty, so we still have a roster of amazing speakers. Like, it's just back to back. I hope we're kind of, I won't say busting your brain small, but I hope there's, like, you're starting to see what is possible, right? There's never been a time like this for Nigerian creatives, where culture is already being propagated globally, right? Music is opening the door, film is making inroads, right? People want more of our culture, right? People want more of our creativity, and the access is there. But then how do we use the tools? How do we upskill, right? Who are the people that we can look to, even locally, who are pushing the boundaries, right? Let's dive into a few of those. So we're going to be having one of those people. Hopefully we're good to go. Okay. So we've heard quite a lot over the last, I guess, 2 hours, right, about new technologies, and technologies that usually we as creatives might not really, it's like, when that gets more mature, I'll go and use it. When I know like 2 or 3 people in my circle that are using it, I'll go and use it. So we heard about generative AI. How many people took something from that? You can be honest. Please, let me have at least three hands. All right. I see y'all. Basically, right, have you heard of ChatGPT? There's a reason why we're infusing tech, and it's not really tech anymore, into something like this, which is for creatives, because your world will never be the same. I was, Femi had like a small intimate get-together this time last year, right? And I knew it was going to be tough for me to get the attention of people, of the creatives in the room, to try and tell them about this thing called ChatGPT. This is like last year, before it blew up like 2 months later, and everybody was talking about it, right? And so what I told it to do, I told it to write some copy for me, and it wrote it about 2 market women. In Nigeria, whenever you want to, are we good? Okay. Anyways, in Nigeria, whenever you want to sell something, you must have 2 people. It's like, is that the new thing we're doing? You don't even know that's it. Come on, are you serious? Please, give me now. And then that's how we sell to each other. I don't know why. That's a tried and tested format that we use for from Omo to computers to whatever you want to sell. But I had ChatGPT do that, right, between two market women. and then we read it out, but it wasn't connecting. So I now told ChatGPT, sorry, I said, turn it into Pidgin English. Perfect. In fact, better than my own. My own Pidgin English is not that, but it was perfect. And I had somebody come and read it out. Everybody's heads looked up. For the first time, everybody was like, "What? This is my job gone." But it's not really, right? So we're going to be learning a lot more about this. But let's bring up a superstar, Roland.
Hi. Good afternoon. Infinite Water, my 2023 magnum opus. Please, next slide. Yes. Hi, I'm Olamide Roland. I'm an art director based in Lagos, Nigeria. I'm extremely passionate about creating the most random visuals and experimenting with the most random things. And I've done this with different brands across the world in different industries. I don't get to show a lot of them, but these are some things I could show. In this talk, I'm going to be talking about a project that happens to be, I think it's my best work so far this year. And I want to guide you, I want to take you through, the journey and the process through how I made it, how it came to be. Next slide, please. Yeah, early in the year, I was looking for work. This is the first work I did this year. I was looking for work, and this happened to be come on my table, and it was just two German guys, Konstantin Lang, who is the artist. They sent me. We exchanged emails, and they were like, "Oh, hey, we need this creative." And he said, and I quote, "It's a music video, and you would have total creative freedom." This is one of those projects that is like low budget. You absolutely should not answer an email like this when somebody reach out to you for this. And it ends up being my best project because I got all the creative freedom in the world, and there was absolutely no brief, no direction, just a random song with no melody that's very trippy. The only reference that the client shared is this video by Flying Lotus called Acid Shit. And if you know me personally, you know I'm a huge fan of Flying Lotus. Flying Lotus is this very experimental artist, and this is one of his videos, and this is what the client sent. And this kind of like, they didn't give me a direction or anything, but they gave me this, and this was the only thing I was working with. They also didn't know what they want, but with this, I was able to like, say, oh, I think I know what they want. They want this trippy, very cool animation, which is what this acid shit is. And I go by this, I have this philosophy that I work with anytime I'm working on a project. No matter how random it is, story is king. So my first step when I started working on this was finding a story. Please, next slide. Yes, thank you very much. Even though the slide comes in slow. The first step was finding a story. The brief doesn't have anything. There is no brief. It's just do this for this video and do something like Acid Shit by Flying Lotus. And they had already spent months doing a video with a different guy, and it was actually not great. And the brief was just, oh, do this. For me, the first thing I did was finding a story, because no matter how random anything is, I believe if it has a great story behind it, it's always going to come out amazing. So the first thing I did was find a story. I spent like the first few days after the email and after I got the project. I spent the first few days looking for the right story to tell, and I stumbled on this story that I wrote about this traveler, this biker, on this journey through life, and we're following this biker through different spaces in time and like different journeys and different environments. And at the end of the journey, he dies, or he sees other bikers that have been on that journey before, and they all die. So next slide, please. This was the art direction for the project. I'm someone who is heavily inspired by anime and mangas and things of that sort. So the art direction for this was reflective of that passion. I wanted to take this art style, which is animes and mangas, and this comic books, borderline comic book style, and I wanted to make it move, and I wanted to make it more expressive, and I wanted to animate that, and I also wanted to include surreal visuals, so visuals that you would probably see in like old footage, like maybe some random guys were playing around with like a Super 8 camera like back in the 60s and 70s. The type of footage you would find, I wanted it to feel surreal, and I wanted it to feel like comic books, and that was kind of like the direction I went with for the art direction. So going back is like, the story is this rider, the art direction is this comic book style, and the direction is supposed to be surreal, and the surreal is supposed to connect heavily with what they want, which is this trippy animation like the Flying Lotus animation. Please, the next slide. After I after I found what the art direction was, the first thing I did was sketch. My sketch looks terrible, unfortunately. They look really ugly, but they were only meant to give like myself a basic idea of what I had in my head. I had a vision of, we going through the journey with this rider, and we're in the car with the rider, and some butterflies come around. The drawing looks terrible, but we're on the journey with this rider, is in a car, is on the road, then some butterfly comes, and then a portal comes, and it's transported to the next space. And this was just so I, was able to bring that visual out of my head. So what I would like you to take away from this is, no matter how bad you are at drawing like I am, it's always a good idea to just sketch it out so you are able to bring out what is in your head. And this is the only scene that I storyboarded in the whole project. I kind of regret not storyboarding the whole thing, because it would have saved me so much time, because I spent so much time, being indecisive in the project, and storyboarding would have helped. But this is the only thing that I storyboarded in the whole project. Sorry, please, next slide. After I storyboarded it, was the first, iteration of the animation. It looks nice, a bit nice, better than the storyboard, but the colors are still coming together, and the client absolutely ate the colors in this iteration. I absolutely ate it as well, but this is when it started to come together. And next slide. An interesting thing about this project is that this is the first project where I'm doing characters and exploring characters. I've never been good at characters. Actually, all my career, all my 7 years as a motion designer, I've always run away from characters, because we're human beings. We see human beings on a daily basis, and we know how human beings move. So if you see something that doesn't look right, as an human, you can tell. And that's the problem I have with characters, because if you make a mistake, it's going to be easy for everyone to say, oh wow, this looks awful. And for this character, I made it a biker character, because I wanted to pick a character that doesn't have a face, because you don't have a face, you can't tell if something is wrong with the face. People can't tell if something is wrong with the face. So the biker character is just a crutch for me, right? I'm giving people less room to figure out that I don't know how to animate characters. And I was in luck that there was a Mixamo character that was a biker. All I had to do was do an extra layer of design on top of their own characters. And the rest is history. The characters came out absolutely amazing. And this brings me to almost the end of my presentation. And this is the basis for what became the animation. These three things: the art direction, the story, and the character design. And because you've stayed with me for this long, I would like to show you what the video ended up being. So please, next slide, and please, I hope there is audio for the next one. So this is the video. They're going to play it, and hopefully there's audio on this. No audio. Can you increase the volume, please? Yes, and that is Infinite Waters. Thank you. Next slide, please. So in this project, one thing I've learned is like, do the weirdest shit you can, even if it like doesn't look right immediately. And if you want to do something like what I'm doing, my only advice to you would be to stay fucking creative. Like, always stay creative, do the weirdest shit ever, think of the weirdest idea. And also, if you want to talk to me or talk about this stuff, you can connect with me. I don't bite, just say I. My IG is Roland Olamide, and my email is olamide@rushthegoat.com, and my website is rushthegoat.com. And I'll be taking questions now. Yes, please, somebody give her a mic. God.
Hi, everybody. So that's some great stuff, by the way. I mean, I did not think there were possibilities like that. Like, I just thought about it, I was looking at it like, wow. You make some of us look like we're not doing anything. But yeah, so my question really is, I'm a product designer. I've been thinking to transition into motion design. I saw some courses online, but I was like, they're talking about Blender and After Effects, and I don't know these things. So you said 7 years, that's impressive stuff. I'll just like to ask, like, if I wanted to start, where's a good place to start? Basically, yeah.
Thank you very much for that question. So my question to you, before you leave, please, are you trying to do motion in like advertising, or you're trying to do motion in products like interaction design? So if you're trying to do interactive design, you don't necessarily have to learn Blender immediately. You could learn something like After Effects, or there are new tools that you could find online that are more focused on interactive design. I think there is Rive. Yeah, Rive.com, RIVE.com is a tool that is meant for interactive design specifically. RIVE.com. Just look them up on Twitter. Yes, and the other tools, I'm not really into interactive like motion design, interaction design. I'm more or less doing it in like I like to think of it like a very artsy space. I like doing weird stuff, so I'm not really into interactive design, but I hope that helps you. This is definitely motion. Interactive design is also motion. Motion, you can think of motion design as, it could be a creative tool or a product tool. In terms of it being like a tool in product design, that's where you kind of have the field interactive design, because now you're actually like, I hope I'm explaining it well, because you're actually like, deciding how things react when, you use them on a product. So like, let's say you press a screen, how does it animate? What speed does it animate? What is the easing like? Those are the things that you think about when you think about motion in a product design context. When you think about motion in a product design context, and I like to do motion in a more creative, experimental context. Yeah, web and app, exactly. Mine is more, I don't like product design. I don't like it because I don't like product design, not because there's anything wrong with product design. I don't like product design because I'm an hater. I just like to hate on industries. But yeah, is there any other question? Thank you very much. Yes, that guy.
Yeah, good day. Nice to meet you. I'm a fan of your stuff. I see your stuff on Twitter from
Thank
time
you
to
very
time.
much.
Yeah. So I was curious, do you use Cinema 4D?
I'm kind of like a generalist when it comes to softwares, meaning I kind of like use everything. In this project, I use Cinema 4D, but I use both Cinema 4D Blender, and I haven't gotten into Unreal yet. But it's basically depends on what the brief is and what the client requires. Basically, when I'm freelancing, a lot of studios have like different. I just finished a project and it was like completely done in Blender, and it was some of the most complex stuff I've ever done in my life. And it was because that studio I was working with, they only use Blender. So because I'm working with a bunch of studios and like a bunch of creative people, and they all have their own pipeline, I have to kind of like learn all these softwares and be good at everything and just know them.
Okay, yeah, so...
This was done in Cinema 4D, by the way.
Okay, amazing work, I love it.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
One more question.
Yeah.
All right.
I love your project. This project.
Thank you very much, man.
And I'm a 3D artist as well. So based on his question, I know it might be harder for some people to understand that this. I think you were going for a 2D look.
Yes.
On this, so it's quite hard to differentiate 2D and 3D for some people. I figured that out already. So I'm saying, how did you accomplish that look in Cinema 4D? Maybe materials and lighting and all those things.
Okay, for the look, I used Anode. I used basically toon shaders in Anode. Anode has some of the best toon shaders in like the industry. Basically, everything you see that is done, like things in Spider-Verse, they're basically done in Anode because the tools in Anode for, creating stylized work is just very expansive and very amazing. So I used Anode for this. I used Anode as the render engine to get this look. But I've been able to achieve like really artsy look in Octane, weirdly enough. And Octane is not really something you would use to make 2D animation or like 2D looking animation. But I believe that you can achieve a 2D look no matter what software you use. You just need to know how to, make it flat. There was this project I did last year. It was the goal was creating this like the look they've made in Arcane, and we did it in Octane, and I was art directing, and I was trying to achieve what the look. I was trying to decide how we achieve the look, and I did it entirely in Octane, and we're able to kind of like push the limits of Octane. It's as simple as using 2D elements like painted backgrounds and doing an extra layer of texturing on the characters to make it look like 2D, right? I hope that answers your question, but you can achieve this look anywhere, any software you're using, right? You just need to know how to, work extra hard on making sure that it doesn't look perfect, if that makes sense. Yes, any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, I was trying to remember this. I forgot it. I kind of noticed something. I think maybe you did something to make the frames feel like 2D. Maybe you reduced the frame rate of the animation or did something like that.
I did not reduce the frame rate of the animation.
Oh.
What I did though, that really sells the 2D look is in how I compose the shots, right? If you want to really make it feel like 2D and you want to convince people that this is 2D, keep the composition flat, right? Sometimes, like, if you look at, I saw this, you would see this in animes of today, right? The anime that they do right now is like they use a lot of 3D animation tools, and because they use a lot of 3D animation tools, they're able to play with the camera more and do weird ass camera angles. And when you start to do weird ass camera angles, you basically lose the 2D effect because it's not something you typically see in 2D. But when you like try to replicate, back in the days you could not do those weird ass camera angles, keep it flat and plain. So just keep it flat and maybe don't even move the camera. That sells the 2D look. Is that all the questions? Oh, he has a question.
Guys, unfortunately, we have to move to the next one. Roland is.
Thank you very much.
Here all evening.
I'm here all evening. Just
all
say
right.
I'll be at the back. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo. Okay. So from one. Alrighty. Okay. As I said, it's back to back. Alright? So from one superstar to another. Please welcome Jordan! Woo-hoo!
Thank you, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. All right, I'll just quickly introduce myself. I think this is a cool introduction, so can I get sound, please?
Oh, I need to download video today. I'll go and download. No, it's like a video that I'm looking to create something that looks like that. So I download to that folder every day, and I've been doing that since 2020. Yeah.
And I learned that from Jordan. Jordan is also my reference guy. If I need a reference that I don't have, and I just message Jordan, I'm looking for this. In 2 hours, Jordan has sent me like 4 videos. So in case you are looking for references too, maybe you should message Jordan.
Yeah, thanks. So I saw that yesterday. I thought it was a cool thing to use as my intro. This was my real intro. My name is Jordan Bello. I'm a graphic designer, brand identity designer, production designer. I think my upbringing has a little bit, has shaped some of my career in recent times. So these are just pictures. I think my parents were really cool. So I think it showed in all the things I had done. I'm speaking about building fake worlds, honestly. When I get into the talk, you probably understand a little bit more. So again, about my parents, I thought it was really interesting because it sort of shaped my understanding for design and art. And because they were cool, I think they let me study fine arts. And I was drawing a lot, and I was drawing. I really like graphic design as well. And I put in a lot of effort in graphic design, and I just kept on doing logos for a long while, and it just kept going on and on and on like that. I used to write about art at some point, I think 2016. I was part of the judges for some art exhibition very long ago. So it's all these elements were sort of like shaping a little bit of what my career became in recent times. So I got better at branding, and I started working on projects like this, and just more projects essentially in branding. And then in 2019, I got a job to lead the design team at Bamboo. So I joined Bamboo, and this was a picture when we just got into YC. So I was the lead designer. I think I was the 4th or 5th person to join Bamboo. And something that we did at Bamboo that was really inspiring was, at some point, people didn't really understand the stock market, and they felt like they needed to explain it. So Bamboo was among the first companies that started doing content videos that really showed people how to understand the stock market. So we shot this, I think, 20-part course. I'll just play a little bit of it.
Welcome to the Bamboo Stock Market course. If you're watching this, I'm going to take a guess and say that you're interested in the stock market. It's either that or you've officially hit the end of the internet. So either way, congratulations.
Yeah, so it was I think 18-part course, and it really explained all about the basics of the stock market. It was directed by Oluwadabest, and we worked with multiple creatives just to make sure that this came out. And eventually it came out. Then Bamboo became a bigger company right after this, and they were going to launch in Ghana. So again, because we already had a relationship with the director, I reached out again, and I handled the creative direction for the commercial announcement. So this was when I was negotiating internally. I was trying to fight for Dabest to actually shoot the commercial because I had some sort of like a vision on what it was supposed to be. So I fought for this to happen because there was someone else that was living in Ghana, because we had to fly to Ghana to shoot the commercial, and there was someone living in Ghana that easily would have shot it for way cheaper. But I knew that we had to do something very specific, and so I fought, and eventually I won. So this is the video.
I wanted a way to make lots of money. I checked online, I couldn't get. I heard about Bamboo, and I tried getting access to the app. I could not use the app. Bamboo reached out saying that they are looking to get into Ghana soon.
Ghana is my homeland. Ghana is a beautiful country full of love.
Bamboo together is going to make investing available to the ordinary Ghanaian. You don't have to travel outside of Ghana. You can just sit in the comfort of your home and be able to invest. Investing in a platform like Bamboo gives you an opportunity to keep your money in USD and allow it to grow for the long term.
Well, most people think that you need a lot of money to invest. You actually don't. Having access to stocks or an app like Bamboo allow people to grow their money fast or take certain risks that naturally they couldn't take.
Bamboo is giving Ghanaians, especially young Ghanaians, a different avenue where they can invest their money.
To see that I'm excited is an understatement.
Bamboo is here. A lot more young people be able to use their savings to buy stocks that are appreciating, be able to become more financially literate and know how to grow their money.
Thanks. So on the side, I was working with OctaFX. I had a few friends. I had one friend that was working with OctaFX, and at this point, I designed a lot of merchandise for OctaFX. They were launching in Nigeria, and he was handling most of the relationships between influencers, and I was designing a lot of the merchandise. Not a lot went to production, but they had a brand placement for a music video. This was Peruzzi featuring Davido, and I did a little bit of the material branding just to show OctaFX in the video because they were sponsoring a part of it. And OctaFX was now planning a larger launch, and I was creative director for that commercial. So the entire concept statement for the commercial was Forex is an art that requires mastery. So we worked on the brief, and this brief was just to highlight all the details of what Forex is and how we're using our story to solve it. And essentially what the story was that a lot of people consider Forex to be really difficult and really challenging to understand. And our story was, in the same way you've mastered everything in your life, you can also master Forex like that. So that was the brief we sent. And again, I reached out to the best, and I asked him to direct the commercial. And so this was how we wrote the script. It started out with scene opens with a vibrant young lady. Hey, what does mastery look like? Does it look like this? Then the camera zooms out to show a young woman on the tennis court. Does it look like this? And it transitions into a melon peeling orange. So all those visual elements that were very particular in Nigeria, we tried to represent it in the commercial. Auntie was art director for the commercial. I was creative director. Dabest was director, and Ebuka was producer. And this is what the commercial eventually looked like.
What is mastery to you? What does it look like? Does it look like this? Bet you didn't think this was mastery. Well, it is. Focus. Mastery is anything you put your mind to and put the work and the time into. And if you could master this, or this, or that, this, or this, or this, this.
Unfortunately, I'll cut it there. The full video is on YouTube. So this was the actual period I discovered production design. And there was a second part of this commercial, which was it was called Dual Life. And again, I was creative director for that. Dabest was director. Ebuka was producer. And Desola was art director. And they were shooting one scene, and Dabest was like, he does not like this couch. Can we find another one? And I was like, I can get one from Taylor, because at this point we had a relationship with Taylor, the furniture company. So I reached out and I got the chair, and that was when I discovered production design was a thing. And I told DG, my friend, that I think I really want to do this because it seems interesting. And also because I was getting to the point, I think I was still at Bamboo at this period, but I was getting higher in my career, and I knew that I didn't want to become a UI designer. And I felt like there has to be another pivot that helps me still scale without feeling like a product designer, because there was a point I wanted to become a product designer, and I asked the product designer at Bamboo to send me the sketch file for the Bamboo app. Immediately I saw it, I knew that I was not going to be a product designer, because there was so many mathematical calculations. I was like, nah, like absolutely not for me. So at the moment, I lead a design team called Belongs, and we do work from set design to brand identity to art direction, and majority of our work is sometimes very clean, and the process is usually messy. Sometimes we're building sets, sometimes we're hiring artisans, sometimes we're hiring fine artists, we're building sculptures and multiple things like that. So I'll just show you a reel of some of the work we've done in recent times. That's it. Thank you. I feel. So, what is production design? It's sometimes art direction, it's set design, it's costume design, it's prop selection, it's color and lighting, it's continuity, it's budget management. So it's a lot of things, and essentially, when we're doing film or commercials, there's a director that says, this is what I want to shoot. Then he hires another director or a production designer that makes what he wants to shoot available. So if it's an interior scene, we're bringing all the furniture that's required. If it's exterior, we're bringing all the props required based off of the script. And I'm just going to share a case study of what this looks like. We worked on the production design for Pocket, formerly called Abeg, for the Irastar Choose Ease, Choose Pocket commercial. So we got a brief. Typically, we get briefs in text. Then the first thing we do is visualize it, just so that it is. I mean, personally, I think it's because I'm a visual person. I'd rather see things than read it. So we convert everything to visuals. Then these are some screenshots from the reference that the director shared. This is how I wanted the interior scene to be like. Essentially, what the story was is, would you choose ease or would you choose a life of shambles? And it was just Irastar at the center saying, would you rather your company goes like this or it goes like this? So we just kept on showing different scenes where Pocket was the better option. And there were multiple scenes to show this, and eventually in the studio. So something that is really important in the work that we do is graphic design. And I think because I stumbled into production design from a graphic design background, I always look out for opportunities to actually implement graphic design in the production design projects we're working on. So for example, the Abe commercial, when we did the Recce, we looked at multiple different scenes, and we had to design brands for the shops that were supposed to be using Abeg. And we made sure to create brands that were very realistic and didn't feel like it was fake. So all these brands on the screen, we just worked on them just specifically for the commercial. This is one of the brands, and this is what it looked like. Eventually, none of all these things showed on screen, eventually, but it was just something we're really interested in working on. So I'm going to play the commercial. So if you spot any of the logos, let me know.
Your online sales, payments, and transfers can go like this.
Send the money, though. Sorry, sir. Please, I've still not seen alert. Are you sure it has gone?
Or like this.
I have gotten your payment already. Thank you.
Your business delivery can go like this.
Good afternoon, sir. There's a package, sir.
I'm so sorry, bro. I don't think I want this anymore.
Or this.
Here's a
thank
package.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
The payment was already on standby when I ordered. So you should have it now.
Thank you, ma'am.
You can either get this when you use your app to transact.
Hey, God, oh. I thought they said there's no service charges or hidden charges.
Or this.
I get a bonus every time I pay with Pocket.
No way.
So, you can risk suffering PTSD every time you try to pay or get paid online. Or you can just choose your peace of mind when paying or getting paid on your Pocket app. Choose ease, choose Pocket.
Buy, sell, pay, and get paid with Pocket app.
Yeah. So that was the commercial. These are a few examples of all the things we needed to produce. This is for the Corora coffee shop. It didn't show in the commercial. This was Blue Dale. It was supposed to be a flower shop. We designed all these as well. This is the Aeon and Co. I'm sure you can see it in the background. And Bread Factory didn't even show in the entire commercial. But this is what it looked like on set. So I'm just going to walk you through a few practical lessons that I've learned. I think I've started production design for about a little bit over 1 year. So I've learned a couple of things, and I'll just show some of the things that I expect people to know. The first one is prepare for the worst. One example is cassava. We're shooting the brand launch for cassava, and it was supposed to be pink. We initially chose particular pink, and after painting it, we realized that the color was not exactly what it was supposed to be. So we had to buy multiple different shades of pink. And all these things happen in one day. So there's no opportunity for back and forth where it's okay, let me go back and try again. Like, today is the day of the shoot. It has to happen today. Like, there's no. So we're just spending money trying to get the exact pink. Eventually, it came out great. And this, after color correction, this is what it looked like.
We don't just want to be survivors. We want to thrive and prosper. And we want to do it with joy, no matter the circumstance.
Yeah, another example of preparing for the worst is Dang and the Orange. There was a scene where we had to build a a set, and we couldn't get access to the place we're building on the day we were supposed to build. So we had to build outside, and we now had to move it inside. And this is somewhere around 16 feet in length. So we had to now divide it into two and not build it as one unit. And all these things are not things that you would assume you would see until it's time for the shoot. So we eventually did it, and it looked great. But we had problems with the orange because we had painted the entire set, and we mixed the colors to paint that particular orange. Then we now realized that there were some lapses and here and there. They're trying to repaint that orange again. We're not getting the exact orange that we mixed.
This one looks like actually, this one like say light. This one light. But it never dry. If it dry, it go light past light.
So another example is forex trading. We're shooting for Octa FX. This was the scene. We were shooting in an art gallery at Eco Hotel. And suddenly, I think someone moved the lights too close to the sprinklers, and this was what the scene was looking like. And next thing, all the sprinklers were off, and the entire place was flooded. And all this were happening like in real time, and there's no back and forth that's going to happen. And I mean, you're paying somewhere around millions for that location, so you cannot afford to say, okay, you know what, everybody go home, let's shoot tomorrow. So we had to find a way to dry the water as fast as possible. Some of the artworks were wet. We had to just find ways to salvage the situation, like all in real time. So those are some of the things that usually happen with set design. Another lesson is never underestimate the weather. We're shooting a market scene for a commercial that never went live. And we had spent nothing less than 15 to 20 million on all this. We're building market scenes, and it was supposed to be somewhere there's a booker. We rented, it was at old NEPA building, so we had to go out to the entire market that was around the place. And what we did was we needed a market scene, so we had to rent all the, like we'd meet someone and tell you, you know what, I need your entire shop for an entire day, how much will it cost? Someone would say, like, by the end of the commercial, by the end of the shoot, like I knew almost every market person in that place. This was Anita's project, Anita Ashiru, and she reached out to me and Chris to handle art direction. So we did this like a collaborative project. We did decided we had to rent like jeans from multiple shops and bring like entire bales of jeans, fruits and everything. We had to paint artwork that felt like a barber shop because there was a barber shop scene. We had to do property signs. We did quite a number of other signs, all these Jamb and WAEC posters, we sourced all of them. There was a spare parts shop. We painted all these. So this was the Booker scene. So essentially we painted all these and we got ready. Then the morning of the shoot, because we were in pre-production for about 3 days, like working continuously trying to build the market. Then on the day of the shoot, and it rained so much that we couldn't shoot anymore. So we had to decouple all the builds and now try to move to a different location. So yeah, so that's one lesson on never underestimate the weather. Another lesson is think on your feet. We were shooting a commercial for 9 Mobile. It was supposed to be it's featuring Buju, and it was supposed to be it feels like everywhere is gloomy. Am I telling bad stories? Apologies. So we're shooting for 9 Mobile, and it was supposed to be a studio shot. So we had built the entire scene, and we're going to use this carpet, and somebody, or probably me, I forgot that the director had said that he wanted a green center rug. And the alternative was, and this was like right where we're about to shoot, so the alternative was, do we purchase another rug right now, or do we find another solution? And we found a solution, and that was to spray it green. And we sprayed it, and it actually looked great, and this is what it looked like on the shoot. So if we didn't think on our feet like instantly, we would have had to spend extra money. Another lesson is spend money ridiculously because your work is important. Many times when we're working on sets and production, we're always trying to use like the highest quality of materials. Like we're using a real iMac, we're using like actual mixers. We're not even trying to spend less or probably use a cheaper option because eventually everything is going to look like exactly what you've presented. So we usually buy paint and we mix it and try to get like exact brand colors, like Pantone colors and all those things. we had, I think the mixer at the right center, we brought it in and the director was like, he doesn't like it. So we had to get another mixer that matched the color. So all these things usually happen like on set. The image at the center bottom, we got 5 iMacs for the Pocket commercial, and eventually we didn't use any of them. I think we used just one, yeah, and that was director's own, so it didn't really count. So we were always optimizing for, regardless of whether it would show in the final cut or not, our job is to make sure that whatever you're seeing on set is as immaculate as can possibly be. Another lesson is hire good graphic designers. This was a commercial for 9 Mobile. It's the second part from the Buju commercial.
So here's the thing.
Sorry, before I play it, I would show, I'm just going to give you context. We did a lot of graphic design for this. Maybe not a lot though, but if you can point it out, it'll be really cool.
So here's the thing. Why do you do what you do? Is it because it's what you want to do, or it's what other people expect you to do? The most important thing is to take a step every day in the direction of where you want to be. It means you're not where you want to be, but you're on the way there. That's what being bold means to me. Take your own bold steps with 9 Mobile. Dial *301# to choose a data plan that works for you.
Yeah, so we had to work on the nighttime chat logo, which was for the brand, and a lot of all these things do not come up in the brief. We just know that it has to be, because I mean the brief was they were in a TV show, and a TV show has to have a logo. So we worked a lot and trying to make sure that the logo looks very close to 9 Mobile's actual logo. Then this was what it looked like on set. We also worked on iconography for the what's it called, the signs, yeah, for all the walls. And there were multiple ones. There was one for green room, stairway. I think it was just this one that made it out. Another example of a lesson that I've learned is try not to lie as much as possible. So I'm going to get a quick test. What does the inside of a vault look like? If you can imagine it in your head. Okay, now, I would assume this is what you imagined. Awesome. And this is another example of what you would have imagined. Okay, so what does the inside of a Nigerian vault look like? Can anybody have wild guesses? Anyway, it looks like this.
So they can go and look. Yes. Look at it. You have so many new notes. Bring them down. Bring them down. You have so many. These are new notes at the back.
Yes. I want to bring them down
so load all your machines. I do not want.
So that's an example of when you're working on productions. Some of the time you assume that something looks like this, but because you already know what a vault looks like based off of Hollywood movies, you'd assume that it looks like this in Nigeria. And if you saw a movie, probably a Yoruba movie, and they show this kind of vault, you would argue that this is not what a vault looks like. But in reality, it's actually what a vault looks like. What does the gate pass at Unilag look like? It actually looks like this. A hotel in Nigerian hotel gate pass looks like this. Public notice on the gate, what does it look like? Some of them actually look like this. Then what does it look like if you add color? It looks like this. Some of the time you also as well. Yeah, so what does the trenches barber shop look like? It looks like this. And this was something that we integrated into one commercial, the music video for Phils and Young John. Yeah, so this is what it looked like. We had to paint this. So we worked on all of the visuals. I'm sure if you see that poster that says no vacancies, very similar to Lagosmeet. Yeah, so we had to source all of these things, and some of them we had to like beg people to give us for free, because we could easily print some of them, but we needed them to be old, and aging takes a long process, especially if there's short timeline. So we just had to beg people like, can I get this poster from you? And they're like, what do you want to use it for? But it was really important, and we had to now age the walls and make sure it looked like it was aged and things like that. Another lesson is have good relationships with everybody. You can never underestimate this because there's sometimes you're shooting at 1 a.m. and you need to call someone to help you put something on Uber, and it always happens. I have bus driver and truck driver contacts. If I type truck on my phone, this is what it looks like. And you never can tell when you need a truck. Like, something will always happen. So you always need to have, like, there's this time we're shooting for, I think, very first production I worked on. I had paid the driver 100K for like the entire 2 days. He came to my house to sleep because I was panicking that things will not go well. So I told him, you know what, let me pay you for the day before and this day. I paid him, he came to my house, he slept. On the morning of the shoot, his car was not starting. And like, we had done everything to make sure that this happened. So I had to now go out and look for another truck. Then brought the truck to my house, offloaded everything inside that truck into the next truck. Then we got on the road. When we were on the road, last man stopped us, took us to their office. So a lot of all these very random things happen, and you always just need to make sure that you are prepared for the worst that can ever happen. I have printers for almost every local government in Lagos. If I just type printer, I have someone in Ogba, I have someone in Unilag, I have someone in Yaba, like I have someone somewhere because there'll be something we need to print. It was very recently that until I started production design, I didn't know that there's 247 printing in Nigeria. And there's this guy called Ola in Ogba. I printed like around 3 a.m. This was for, I think, Pocket commercial. Where we got to the hotel and realized that the next day was the shoot and we needed to print something. I had to now go from the hotel back to Ogba, printed this thing to like 5 a.m., then took it back to the shoot. So all these things happened in ridiculous ways. So there's always like plans for things like that. I mean, you don't know when you would need someone in Ogun State to give you coolers and pots in their house at 11:29 for a booker scene. And this actually happened. I was at E4 local government Ogun State because I called, we needed props for a booker scene. And I called my mom and she told me she has a friend that is at Ogun State, if I can drive there. So I got there by 11:29 and I took pictures of everything. Couldn't even enter my car, so I had to now go back and get a truck and bring it back. So all these kind of things happen like in ridiculous situations. You don't know when you would need to rent your estate security Okada for 10K. Again, this happened. We were shooting for Glow and we needed an Okada, and luckily I had a good relationship with the security, and so he gave it to me for 10K. He didn't work that day. Another time, you don't know when you need someone's TV 3 times and they'll pack the entire thing and send it to you. Sometimes we're shooting interior scenes and we need a TV, and I don't watch TV, so I don't have one. And I've texted DG multiple times like, yo, thanks for the TV, I appreciate it. I want to send her back with my head still full. Another time, we don't finish shoot, the shoot joke, they bring your TV now. Yo, thanks, I'll be sending TV later today. And these are multiple times where I'm just telling someone, like, anytime, yo, how far, I need your TV. And the person is just going to pack it, put it inside the carton, put it in an Uber, and just send it to a location. So relationships really, really help a whole lot. Another lesson is have artist friends. The artworks for the gallery of this OctaFX commercial majority of them were actually from Deji. And I tried getting someone else that was my friend that was an artist, and I realized that because she was signed to a gallery, there were so many processes trying to get her artwork to show in a commercial that's in a company that is not in Nigeria. So all those things just felt really tricky, and DG came through for me. So that is something that if I didn't have the relationship, would be in a very, very difficult situation. Okay, so this was the commercial. OctaFX booth, again based off of relationships. We built this booth for OctaFX. It was not a production per se. It was a booth. We built 3. They were about 20 by 20 feet, so it was really large. And we needed to build 3: one for Lagos, one for Ibadan, and one for Abuja. So we needed to build these things, then move it to a different location, and we had to hire sculptors. And because I have a background in fine arts, a lot of my friends were sculptors, so I had to just call someone. Went to Yabate, got like 4 sculptors, and worked in this in clay, casted in resin, fiberglass, eventually had the final mold. So this was what it was looking like. We did multiple tests. We did paper mache at first, it wasn't working. We did clay, then went on to spraying it. Yeah, that was for Octa FX. We did the floors in epoxy, and it was really tricky because epoxy takes a long time to dry. And
you go dry in 4 hours time. Okay.
It took a long while. Eventually, it dried, and it was looking like this. So we were successful with that one. Another lesson is you sleep when it's all over, and this happens a lot on sets where people are sleeping because the work has been like going on for like 3 days, 4 days, like on ending. Thank you.
All right. We didn't get a chance to get some questions. So, I told you it was back to back hits. Do we have any questions? All right, great. Let's see.
Yeah, hello. Damilari. So, in all of this, right, when you're explaining this whole thing, you didn't mention the struggles the client actually put you through, because the way you explain is more like you pitch, it's your ideas you are doing this. It's not a case of the client say this is what we want and you have to be going back and forth to them, because this whole thing, from this perspective, most times you probably won't show it because this is not what I really wanted, it's just what the client wanted. And I was expecting maybe, as we were going on, we were going to say, oh, this particular one, this wasn't it, but we just had to do it. So are there cases like that? And what was it like?
I think so, but because I'm from a production designer standpoint, I never speak directly with the client. It's mostly with the director and with the producer. So if the client is making any changes, the client is telling the producer is telling the director. So I'm hearing it from the director, I'm not hearing it from the client. So I can barely tell that this is a special client request. Although sometimes it happens. For example, the one that rained, the director specifically said that the weather map was saying it was going to rain that day. And the client was like, they've booked too many influencers and too many celebrities. So that had to happen that particular day. And eventually it rained, it didn't happen. So a few times it happens with clients being the problem. But rarely does it ever happen because I don't get to know. It might happen, but I don't get to know.
All right, thanks.
I think there's someone else.
I wanted to ask, what do you do with all the equipment and stuff that you've already purchased and arranged for, and then at the end of the day you don't use or they don't make it into the final cost?
we just have to plan to rent a lot of things, but with Nigeria it's tricky to rent stuff because some of the times you need something to look very good. For example, the iMacs, we rented them, I think at like 200K per one. I think we rented about 5, that was about 1 million, and eventually only one showed. So things like that usually happen. And we had to even pay the entire amount for the iMacs just in case anything happens. So I think I had to drop like, I think 7 million, then pay the extra money for rent. Then if we return everything in good condition, we get our 7 million back, then the 200K for each one goes. So things like that usually happen. Some of the time I buy them, so I just plan like, if there's a chair that I really like that I want to use continuously for a shoot, I might just buy it instead of having to rent it. That way, the cost is going to the entire budget, not necessarily a continuous situation. Yeah, I can. I think efforts in like if you're trying to do anything at the global level is difficult, but I personally did not want that. I know other people that want it. I'm not really interested in product design. So I felt like I needed to do something different. So the effort and the stress was not really the metric for deciding not to. It was just that it felt too technical, and I felt like if I continue in this, I'll become a developer, and I didn't want to become a developer at any point. So that's why I decided to just look for a way to pivot.
Big fan. How do you deal with lethargy? Like you guys move like stupid fast. Like, how do you not? How does how do you like? Do you guys drink coffee? Like, how do you deal with it? Like, cause like, I get overwhelmed with like decision fatigue, and you guys are like, if there's a problem, like you're on your feet. I know you just listed it, like think on your feet, but do you have like any actual strategy?
I think the entire film industry is very chaotic. At the moment, we're shooting multiple commercials right now, like as I speak. We're shooting something for one brand, and we're shooting something for another brand. I'm not even there. And I think what I've been able to do in recent times is hire people that are really dependable. So it sort of like relieves me a lot of stress because I know this person is handling this specific thing. I mean, things will always come up, but because we're trying to like optimize for, if this goes wrong, we have this second option. If this second option goes wrong, we have this third option. We have that for almost every single thing. Like, I know furniture designers that I tell them I need on Wednesday, but I need on Friday. But I also have my eye for someone else that's going to borrow me their furniture that they don't even know yet. In case my furniture guy fails, I'll quick too. All of these things happen, and I think when you're thrown into the situation and you see how fast it happens, you probably adapt or you decide that this is not something you want to do. So it's just one of the two. I think that will be all questions for now. Thank you so much.
We could have been here all night asking questions. I mean, back to back. Like, look at all of those works are ads that I think pretty much are some of the best, right? Right now. So amazing work. Thank you so much. Alrighty. So, So I would say this year, right, for Lagosmeet, right, it's just been a lot bigger, right? And this journey didn't start yesterday, right? It started with an incredible set of people that we wanted to spotlight and highlight. And we wanted a new kind of canvas to tell that story. So Alpha and Jam have Africa's first ever 3D billboard. Who knows what a 3D billboard is? Okay. So usually, you know, if you go to, say, Piccadilly Square or Times Square in New York, right, you have these huge screens and you see like maybe, I don't know, like a car drive through, but it looks as if it's real. It looks as if it's 3D and it's there, right? That's a 3D anamorphic screen. And so we have the very first one. It's by MM2 by the airport. And we wanted to celebrate it. We wanted to tell new stories with it, right? So we partnered with Alpha and Jam for the 3D Billboard Challenge. And we had an amazing array of 3D designers and also people who'd never actually designed 3D before. So for a month and a half, they got training from Green Rain, who you heard from earlier, right? And they took them from never done 3D all the way to, you know, first steps in 3D. But I think one of the biggest things that we've seen is just how amazing the talent in Nigeria is. So, can we have the video, right? One of the biggest things about this was that because it's Lagosmeet, you know it has to have that Lagos feel. So the Lagos State government also partnered with us, and one of the representatives is here to inspire, right, by taking them on a trip around some of our historical sites. Did I mention that the challenge...
opened up that allows anyone, whatever your skill set, to be able to submit your entries into that. And we have $6,000 worth of prizes as well as partner prizes that will be given to the top 20 winners.
Applause, please. Okay, so we're not going to spend too long on this. I know that we've kept this core group of people in suspense for a while, too long. So, for the first prize, which would be the third runner-up, this would be the best creative and innovative entry. So we'll be calling up the representative of Lagos State Culture and Arts Council, Mo Ajala. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening. First of all, this is an impressive collection. Congratulations to everyone who attended. My name is Mo Ajala, and I consult for the Lagos State Ministry of Tourism and Arts Council, and we literally have been trying to ensure that we try and do something like this, but hopefully with the lead of people like Shea and Femi we would, but this is an impressive. So for the prize that I'm about to give, it's the third runner-up, and it's the best innovative creative prize. And the winner is Franklin Fache. I hope I said that well. And the remarks are that it's funny, it's creative and innovative, and takes on things that we're used to. So I think it was very impressive, and I saw it and I did laugh. So congratulations to Franklin. More power to you. Okay, great.
So, Franklin is in Abuja right now, but I'm not sure if we have him on the Zoom.
I'm here.
Hey, Franklin.
Hello everyone. Hello. Wow, thank you so much. I'm excited. Hello.
How does it feel? How does it feel?
I'm so excited, honestly. Like, it's such an honor. It's such an honor. I just want to thank the guys from Lagosmeet, the Green Rain for their amazing tutorials, and the Lagos State government and Epic Games. You guys are amazing. And my fellow contestants, you guys are breathtaking. I really appreciate you guys. I'm so sorry I wasn't able to come to be here, and it pains me that I'm not able to be here, but it is what it is. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I really
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Have a great night, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so for the second runner-up, which is the entry in the best technical category. All right. We have one of our judges, Roland.
Hi guys, I again. It's good to see you guys again. So this is the person who won the best technical prize. There was a lot of amazing entry, but only one person has to win for this. And the winner for the best technical prize, the prize money $2,000, is Wisdom Amechi. We thought it was a great use of the 3D capacity of the 3D capability of the billboard. Congrats, man! This is really cool. Yeah, yeah.
Woo 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 woo! Thank you so much. So that little bend in the viewing, right? That's because of the side of the 3D billboard, right? But really, really, this was one of the hardest. I think every year I'm in one challenge or another, right, to judge, and I have to say this has been the hardest ever, right? Like, I think one of the days that when we finally allowed them to start sharing with each other, because we have a group, right, which, you know, if you're a 3D designer here and you're amazing, please, you know, it's open to join because it's back-to-back amazing people. They all started sharing their work one after another, and they're like, you know, you see one that was amazing, and then we're all like, oh my God, fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji, you know, and then the other person is like, okay, I think I can share mine now, and we're like, okay, yeah, you can't really top that one. Boom, and it's like, what? Like all the community were all like, oh my God, where have all of us been? You know, they were all surprised that they were all in one group and it was back to back. Just they didn't know that that amount of talent was in Nigeria and around them. And that's what's special about this community. So, you know, kudos to every single person who has been part of the project, right? I'm not going to say we're all winners, right? Because that's just cheesy. But, you know, we really are. And we're going to be doing amazing, amazing things together. They just had a meeting downstairs. I don't know if you... So they've all decided to come together to actually create a new project. And that happened organically, even without us. So, you know, we'll be telling you a bit more about that later. But for the best overall entry in the Lagosmeet, Africa's first ever 3D billboard. Let's give it up for Femi Koka.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, so I want to say congratulations to Team Wondermen for winning the best overall submission. And the reason why, you know, if we can play the video again, the video, you know, like Ashaya said, is really, really hard judging all of the entries. And it was also because of the, you know, how we wanted to judge it. You know, it was looking at the story, looking at, you know, technical execution, you know, looking at a couple of things. And this just, you know, killed it in the sense that the story is about, you know, it's about the future. It's about, you know, looking at how to resolve tribalism, right? You know, we've had a lot of tension, you know, from NSAS, looking at how there's been divisions and all that. And this really unites that. And, you know, congrats again. Thank you so much. And to David and Matthew. So Team Wonderman is a team. Yeah, you can.
All right, so thank you very much. I'm so elated. Like you said, we're all winners. And Matty, my partner, left already. I want to say thank you so much to everyone. I've made so much friends just from this competition. My guy, Deji, Franklin, everyone here. I know we still have our meeting to talk about what we can do together. So I love you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys are the best. I feel so, so honored. I'm so happy to... Yes, of course, I'm so happy. Thank God, though. And yes, of course, I did also say this, that if God brings me up to the stage, I'm going to tell him thank you in front of everybody. So to God, thank you. So I love you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I think that's been a grueling couple of months, right? I think, you know, these guys... Truly, they're some of the best in Nigeria, if not Africa, right? Probably Africa, actually, or actually, for me, the world. And because of that, right, the next project that they're taking on is called Crafting Legends, right? Because they're actually building themselves as legends. So they're going to be putting together a 3 to 5 minute short movie that is literally going to be Spider-Verse, watch out. Why are you laughing? But we are putting, you know, all the stops out there, right? This is a community of people who are passionate and they're coming together just because they want to come together to do something as amazing as this, right? And for me, when you see that kind of passion, you want to put we're going to be reaching out to our contacts at, Netflix and Disney and, some of the best mentors and teachers to just, drop by virtually, say hi, and, mentor them and make sure that, we don't make as many mistakes, on the way. But yeah, so if you're a 3D designer or somebody who's super, super interested, please reach out to us, Lagosmeet. And, I think the community is open for everyone. Alrighty. Are we excited? All right. So did we actually say what the prizes were? For the best overall, it's $3,000. For the best technical was $2,000, and for the creative, $1,000. So we hope to do a lot more of this and open up many, many competitions and challenges for the other communities as well. All right, so I think we're good to go for yeah, just really quickly. So, of course, I think this is a given, right? All of the entries, the top 10 entries, right? Not just the top 3, will be going up on the 3D billboard. What was that like? Would you assume that, or should I have mentioned that? Okay, I should have mentioned it. Okay, yeah. So they're actually going up on the 3D billboard for a month, right? So everybody's going to see their work passing by MM2, their name right there, not hiding that. So, and this will be for all of the top 10 people. And then there's also the People's Choice Award, right? So over the next 2 weeks, we're going to open that up for everybody, for all of the 30 participants, to get a chance to, basically get people to like the videos and get a chance to win the People's Choice Awards. So let's get back into learning from superstars. So, Nii, are we good? Thank you so much, guys, for hanging out with us. It's been an amazing 2 days.
Making that happen. The image on the left, we actually had a filter up that has expired for some reason, where if you scanned it to give you the same effect of stickers on your face. So that's another way of, again, staying outside of the screen, where you're not just limiting yourself to Photoshop. You can also invite other applications. For this one, we used an app called Vroid, which a lot of anime and manga companies use to create composition. You can check it online, Vroid. It allows you to play with already existing characters and edit them. You can also put it into Spark AR. If anybody knows Spark AR, it's for making filters for Instagram. So these are ways you can start from, obviously working in Photoshop, going to a 3D software, putting it to AR and seeing your stuff again come to life. You can scroll down. So these were some of the photo shoots and the merch that we did from the collection. If you scroll down. Yeah, wanted to use, so you can go back to the hands. We wanted to use a lot of imagery that reinforced friendship. There was this image I saw of, I think it's Chuck Norris and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Or Arnold Schwarzenegger and Apollo Creed. I can't remember. I think it was Rocky or somebody, where they are locking arms together. That was what inspired that imagery. Read a lot of colors like pink, green, just again reinforce that summer identity. These are some of the merch from the collection. These are some of the posters. Another thing we did was create multiple wallpapers, because I obviously understand that a lot of people might not be able to afford some of the things we're making, but in order to give them something they can go home with,
I think we created close to 50 wallpapers that are on the sites that you can download, ready for mobile phones. And again, what that did for us is people genuinely wanted to share these wallpapers and how it was on their phone. So it sort of gave us free content and marketing. This was, you can play the video. So this was done in Spark AI. This is the filter we made to extend the experience just from the screen. So we created a virtual gallery that I wish it was up right now, but it's a filter. You can literally just scan it and it brings the gallery in front of you on your phone. And you can navigate all the wallpapers again we created. You can scroll down. Again. So recently, I think a month ago, Delta Airlines and an ad agency in New York called Wiley Kennedy, they reached out that they wanted to curate products from different parts of the world to sell to their, I think their Sky Miles, people, their members on their Sky Miles platform, and they picked our scarf from as one of the merch to sell for Nigeria alongside WAP. So that was a good one. It gave a lot of validation that what we're doing was in the right way. The scarves also sold out. I think the whole experience has expired now. So yeah, that's the scarf. And more imagery from the filter that we made. And those are the postcards. Thank you. I don't know if anyone has any questions. Questions? Last year. So this is old.
What's the question? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Tim Dayo. I see that your works, right? You are very bold with colors. For someone that is scared of colors, like
for someone that's what?
Scared of colors, like when I do this, I'm kind of very scared when it comes to using colors.
Why?
I feel like I'll mess it up. So, like, what advice can you give, like, to become like bold in using colors in your design?
I think the weird thing with colors for me in design, and well, I would exempt design because you have to work within a brand guidelines. I understand, but in general expression or art, I think the weird thing I find with colors is that there's no rule for colors. There's nobody that actually says green cannot go with black or green cannot go with red. Some things might be very obvious visually, like neon green and white, where it affects your eyesight and all those things. Outside of that, I don't think there are any rules with colors that say you can't experiment. And I think it's because, at least I'll speak from the perspective of Nigeria, we have a habit of sort of sectioning colors into, should I say, gender and other different subcategories that don't really make sense. It's why you probably never or rarely see a guy wear pink because it's a woman's color. So ideally, if you're working on brand, you probably won't want to mess with the color pink because you think, oh, they'll think it's female-led branding. So for me, I don't think there are any rules. So I'm confused why you would be afraid of using colors. I guess there's like a general overview how people see colors, but I think genuinely there's nobody stopping you from using certain colors. You just have to be, I would say, like mad enough to still post it and put it out there. Over time, people obviously give you pushback and, oh, what kind of colors are these? But if you develop a habit of messing around with colors and experimenting with colors, after a while, people will leave you alone. So you would go from you're using these red colors to, oh, wow, this guy experiments with colors. Me personally, I really don't care, so I would use any color that I want to use, unless it involves branding, where you now have to think of branding philosophy, all those color theory. But I feel like with art, you don't need to think of color theory of like, oh, red means danger. It can mean anything you want it to mean. Because at the end of the day, art is subjective at the end of it. So if you put a dot and sell it for 1 million, that's your expression and nobody's going to stop you. So genuinely, I understand that you might feel weird using certain colors, but I think you should just go ahead and use them. There's genuinely, think of it like nobody's going to beat you. the worst they'll say is, who is this guy that's using these colors? But outside of that, I don't think you should think about limiting yourself to colors. And with this project in particular, when I was working with David Blackman, one of the things we said was we're going to use as many colors as possible, because you really cannot limit summer to just one color. Because when you think of summer, you think of sunflowers, you think of the rainbow. There's so many. You think of water. It's so broad for you to just limit it to like a color palette. So genuinely, when I'm working on projects, I don't believe in like a color palette. Oh, only using 4 colors. I don't believe in that. But if it's again, if it's brand for a brand, a tech brand or whatever, I know that okay, I have to work with their philosophy and create a color that works on them. But when it comes to art, you're genuinely allowed to do anything. Some of the most famous painters, they never had any regard for color. So you shouldn't. And if there's noise coming for you using colors, like nobody cares. I don't know, it's just opinions on the internet. I don't know if it's your art expression. Unless it's design and you're using maybe red and black for a product that obviously goes against what a certain product might look like. But outside of that, I don't think you should restrict yourself to colors.
Okay.
Hello, Lee.
Hi.
Where do you go for inspiration? And I don't mean like specific place. Can be creative directors or websites or pages on Instagram or artists or whatever. But like, where do you mostly go for inspiration, or who do you check out for inspiration?
The thing is, I have ADHD, so I spend like maybe I give myself like, okay, I'm going to go online for like an hour, and I genuinely just enter like a rabbit hole. So I could start looking for colors for a brand that makes chocolates, and I'll end up on Brian Cox talking about quantum theory. That's how far like. So genuinely, if you're saying like specific projects, I like to deconstruct projects to different sectors of it. Your average project will always have imagery, it will always have color, it will always have typography, it will have maybe composition. Once you can figure out those 4 different sectors, I feel like any idea you want to work on. And I'm very good at doing this thing where I could look at something and I'm only focusing on just one aspect. So if I'm sharing an image with you, I might just be focusing on just color. So I know how to sort of, if let's say this is, that's red, right? Let's say this is a project, this is a picture, like 3 pictures. From him, I can just pick and carry the sneakers, I can reference the color on that, and maybe the chinos that he's wearing. And when you put it together, I've already formed a new idea. Another thing I do is I reiterate a lot. So once I've stumbled on something that makes sense for me, I sort of break that down again and sort of keep. So I could start with an image, and by the time I'm done, I have like maybe 10 images, because I just keep breaking down. And again, this is for personal work, not for branded work, like for clients, because you're just wasting your time. That's a long process. When I'm creating personal work, and I also let my mind wander far. Like I really don't restrict myself when I'm working. Like I actually move like a child. I'm just going to keep asking what if, what if, what if, what if. Sometimes the only reason why I post stuff is because I feel like I've spent so much time on, because I've gotten to where I really wanted to get it to. A lot of the styles that people attribute to me, like how I create stuff, was me just maybe practicing and happy mistake. Then I would save a PSD or document that process, go on again. So I'm always just experimenting. Yeah. But I think it's easier when you approach something from different parts than just the whole concept, because you get stressed. Oh, I want to make this thing. How do I make it? You're already stressed. But if you figure out the fonts you're going to use, you figure out the color you're going to use, you figure out the type of image you're going to use, by the time you're on the last quarter of whatever you're doing, it's already making sense. And because you've segmented your process, you can easily explain. So if I ask you tomorrow, oh, how did you arrive at this? Oh, I chose this font because I think the easiest way I can use it is album covers. From when I'm working on album covers, I like to divide it into tone, imagery, typography, and color. So if it's a project like, I would use maybe The Weekend, After Hours. That's exactly how I would have designed that album. because the font has to look like it's a thriller movie. The colors have to give that sense of danger. The imagery has to be very dark, and the tone has to feel like, or the image could feel like maybe the album cover is on drugs, you know, because those are some of the what's the word? Those are some of the narratives on the album. So again, I like to section all these things. By the time you can figure out the first three, the last one will just come automatically because you already know what the font is, you know what the color is. Ideally, the image will start to pop up in your head. That's how I approach a lot of what I do. If it's based on who I look at almost everybody. I live and die on sites like Behance, Pinterest, a lot of YouTube videos, Arena. I look at other people's work, people that I like, you know, people like Shay, Jordan, everybody. Just look at their work from time to time. Indirectly, just okay, Jordan, this is what could I have done differently? From there, you gain new perspective from just looking at somebody else's work. So stuff like that is how I approach creativity. I don't know if there's any other question.
So much for your session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the last session we'll be having for today, it's a discussion, and it's just essentially talk about it's a case study from the Odu, and they're going to share a couple of things with us. Yeah. And after now, we're having an after party at the Corner Lagos. That's on the island, where we just meet, talk, eat, drink, and and network as well. Okay, Samuel.
Check. Okay. Hi everyone. You're wondering why we're sitting down, right? So we always do things very unconventional. So we're not going to start to give a case study presentation. Okay. We're pretty much the huddle. I don't know if you've heard about the huddle before, but it's nice to put some faces to it, right? So we'll pretty much be sharing a case study on the huddle story and a bit of like the poster concepts. David will be sharing that. So I'm just going to share the part of like the huddle story and then I'll hand it over to David. Okay. All right. Okay, so pretty much I think I've done the introduction, so no need of that. Like, let's just move. Okay, so my name is Samuel. I'm a Christian. I'm a product designer. I don't want to use co-founder, but I'm a co-founder. I love dogs, music, all that. Pretty much a happy person. Okay. All right, so the huddle story. Why did we start, right? The huddle pretty much started as a simple thought in my head, then a phone call to David over here, and then in less than 2 weeks, we started like the first huddle without overthinking it, right? So we literally just wanted an experience where we thought we wanted to just share coffee with a couple of people and then just enjoy listening to awesome stuff like what you guys have seen today. But that wasn't exactly the case, right? So we put together the huddle. We invited a group of people. We had Jordan, who was like the first case study presentation. It was awesome, And for us, one of the most significant things we wanted to do with the huddle was to tune out the noise, especially the noise you're hearing now, right? So if that was the noise, right, what we did was we found the best conductors in like a market of designers, creatives, and we brought them together. This was pretty much myself and David doing the first ever ideation. This was where the huddle pretty much started from our work phase, and then we actually went out to execute the huddle. So why the name huddle? It was Slack. But no, we're not giving like the full context of Slack. So we just thought about it, like, what is the huddle exactly? And the huddle for us is a gathering of creatives and enthusiasts with a focus of showcasing the global level of talent in Africa here today, just like what Lagosmeet is doing today. So that's pretty much what we put together, and that's why we came up with the name, the huddle. So I'm going to hand it over to David to talk about like the brand identity and also like the posters.
Hello. Hi, my name is David. For those of you that don't know me, I'm a designer and art director. I'm a Christian. I was born and brought up in Okera. I used to do a lot of things. Like, I've done a lot of things in my life. I've danced, I've drawn, played football. Can you hear me? Okay. Great. So yeah, so I've done a lot of things in my life. I've danced, I've drawn, played football. Yeah, I had to give up that dream because I'm from Nigeria. So yeah, Messi fanboy. I don't think I do. My friends have convinced me that I have a very great sense of humor. So yeah, if I crack joke and it's not funny, blame them. So yeah, and I dropped that one time in my life. So yeah, for the Odoo brand identity, it was pretty simple. So the aspect I'm going to be covering is the concept statement, the logo, the typography and color, the graphic assets, and most importantly, the posters. So this is just an overview of what the Odoo brand identity looks like. So, funny story, the logo mark was not created before the word mark. Created the word mark first, then I saw the cool shape that it formed and just made it the logo mark. So it's not that deep, yeah. But the idea, the concept statement was start the dialogue. So for everything we wanted to do for the Odoo, like when you see it, it just starts a dialogue. Like once you see it, you need to pause and say, what is this? Yeah, essentially. Pick some really cool colors that could complement the brand. And then for type, I wanted something that was very close to Area because Area is like my best font. Yeah, I use it for my portfolios and everything that I do. Yeah, then I wanted something that could complement that, but felt a bit. Ras is not the word. Something that felt very, not exactly nostalgic, but something that felt very familiar to us that we've probably used when we started out with computers or MS Word. Yeah. So yeah, I've covered the concept statement, logo, typography, color, graphic assets, and I'm going to go into the posters. So yeah, how we started, I'm going to cover the process, the results, and the reaction. So yeah, for the very first poster, I remember myself and Jordan, we were having conversation on how to actually create designs that feel very Nigerian, that feels very true to our origin. And at that time, we made some tests. Jordan did some, I made some, but it did not feel as real. And we wanted that authenticity. So we said, you know what, let's go into Shomolu. And we went to Shomolu that day. We went round. We commissioned a few designers, banner designers, to do some stuff for us. Yeah, a couple of them were trying to impress us, so they were doing very minimalistic designs. And we're like, no, we came here for the real sauce. Yo! So yeah, the only guy that impressed us was Absalam, yeah. He made this for the very first Odoo poster. Well, yeah, it wasn't slapping. It did not give that raw form that we wanted. So yeah, we just went about looking for sign posters, looking for other things that we could actually use. And we came across this, and Jordan was like, yeah, we can actually use this, so like this is so cool. And we went back to test, and yeah, this was the very first poster for the Odoo. So that pilot poster.
Let me just add to what David is saying here. When David sent me this poster, I literally told David, people are not going to come. You know, like people are not going to pull up for this event. And David was like, guy, let's just put it out there. That's when we really know people that want to come around for the huddle. And I was like, you know what? This is like our opportunity for no one to like give us, you know, that context where you're working for someone and you just have to please someone. I'm like, guy, misbehave, do a deal. And when you just go through like the other posters, because David took it, like he kept taking it off a notch. You know, there are sometimes when he says it to me, I'm like, David, just post it, because if we talk about this thing, we might not post this thing, right? But I just want to share context to this because, you know, as fun as it looks now, the conversations that happen behind these posters is a lot of back and forth between us, because I'm very straightforward. David is like, nah, man, let's throw it out of like the park. But yeah, just wanted to add that.
So yeah, took the process further. This one was like the most stressful poster I made for the audio. And it felt like at some point I was asking myself that, do I really need to do this? Like, it feels like suffered.
Who did you do this for?
So I did it for their best. So initially, when we did the very first one, we did not connect it to the speaker. Yeah. So this second one, I was like, you know what, receipts. We can actually connect it in some way to the speaker, and we can use it moving forward. So I said, you know what, if you go to a movie, if you want to see a movie, you buy tickets, and yeah, you get the receipts. So I was like, okay, let's tie that to Dabe since the film director. But yeah, that was cool. Like, the idea was cool, but the actual execution was crazy. So at the time I found this receipt, I took a picture of it, and I started working on it. And I started picking. Okay, initially I wanted to just take the easy route. I went to look for like receipt fonts, but I could not find anything that felt as real as this. So I said, you know what, I'll just do the software work. So I started picking out all the characters from all the receipts. So I could not find some letters on this receipt. So I had to gather a lot of receipts. I picked D from here, pick R from here, pick K from here. I'll pick K, then I was like, no, it does not fit with this other one. Yeah, I just kept going, and this is what it looked like, the final version. Yeah, it doesn't look like it took me a lot of time, but yeah, it was one of the most stressful posters. Yeah, I went on that momentum for Deji. It was very literal. Deji is a photographer, so I just picked the LCD display from the camera, and yeah, this is what we got. Yeah, for Ibupe, I wanted something that showed motion, and road was just the first thing that came to my head, and I was like, okay, you know what, I'm just going to use these signs that we see on the road. But this thing was also annoying because I could not also find the font anywhere. And it was actually stressful for me because it was stressful on two fronts. Stressful that I could not use it to make this poster, and stressful that we do not have a lot of things documented in this part of the world. Like, this is something that you see everywhere, and it's something that I should just get into any print shop, and they'll just give me the fonts. Like, I just tell them, oh, I want that sign poster font. They're supposed to just give me, because it's something that we use. But unfortunately, I could not get it. So, and I was running the time crunch at the time. Yeah, it was like 2 days to the audio, 3 days.
What?
I can't even remember, but it's one of those times where we're like, yo, what is this week? We have to do a poster. So, yeah, I made this. This N's poster was very random, and Nin still thinks that it was a sub to him because he doesn't pick his score. But yeah, I called Nin to remind him of his presentation at the Odu, and immediately he did not speak. So I just saw my call log, and I was like, oh, it just reminded me of what Peggy did for their upcoming shows, where they used call logs to show all of the shows that were coming up at the time. So I just said, you know what, that's our poster. And yeah, I did it for Yadi. I was looking for Ludo, then I found one very clean one, because the one I found initially was not great. And the glass, I could not remove the glass because I needed just the paper. So I could not remove the glass. The person was like, oh, don't touch my Ludo glass. And I looked for somebody else. So I got the glass, then edited it, and this was Josh poster. This poster was another not very stressful poster. It was actually more exciting than stressful. So I just finished a shoot somewhere in Lupeju, and I was walking to my Uber, and I saw this cool plywood, like bunch of plywood that had this print, and I thought it was cool. And like I normally do, I always take pictures of everything I see. It's why my friend would tell me that we'll travel and I'll take a picture of something and it looks like one dreamland that everybody needs to come to. But I just see beauty in everything, like I'm always curious. So I took this picture, not knowing that I'll ever use them. I just took it like, okay, let's just sit somewhere in my gallery. So, yeah, I wanted to make Josh poster, and I started out knowing that, okay, Josh is a designer that often uses wood for his design, and I wanted something that connects that. So I said, okay, I'm going to use stenciling and wood, but I did not know how exactly. Then I just remember that on woods, on furnitures in public schools and like universities, you always see that. So I reached out to somebody in Yaba Tech to help me check and like take some pictures for of their desk. It wasn't great. I reached out to somebody in Footer. It wasn't great. Then I went through my photos and I found that picture that I took the other time, and I did a lot of manipulation to make it look real. Like, it's crazy because I wanted it to look like it was very real, that you will not tell that it was photoshopped. And yeah, even right down to that one, I wanted it to feel like the ink finished when I was putting the one, like it was supposed to look very real. And I'll tell you that Odoo has pushed me to use Photoshop in ways that I can't even imagine that I'll be using it. Yeah, next poster, Coca. It was pretty straightforward. Coca is an OG, and I was like, okay, what just screams OG? Started looking at Windows XP, started looking at Photoshop, and I got this. So I made this animation initially. It did not have this retro effect on it. It was just simple. I was like, nah, it's too simple. And I added this retro effect that I saw from one Nollywood reference. Yeah, just to make it feel very retro. And yeah, for this Odoo poster, I collaborated with an amazing illustrator, Tejmola Animation. So I just put together a mood board and I shared with her that, oh, Renika is coming to speak at the Odoo, and yeah, just do your thing. But this is the way I'm thinking about it. And yeah, she made this initially. She sent to me and I was like, this is super cool. And I was like, okay, we can add some more personality to it. And I think I was speaking with Akachi at the time, and she was like, just go through Renike's profile and see what she loves. Then went to check all of her social profiles, and I found this cool butterfly, and was it a flower or a rose? I don't know. But I found it and I thought it was very cool, and we added it to the final version. And for the last, that's the November Odoo, I wanted to make a poster because the Odoo was presenting the Odoo. So I was like, this is my time. Yeah, so I went on the internet and I searched bad graphic design. And I started looking at a couple of things like this. And I was like, what makes this bad? Everything in this life is perspective. I was like, you know what, this thing that is bad, I'm going to recreate it and it's going to be good in my own eyes. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. So yeah, I wanted to create this. So I did this thing where, I like to do this thing where I go to the source of something so that it feels very authentic. So I wanted to create this particular poster, and I reached out to a friend of mine. He had this old compact Windows laptop. So I got it, I wanted to install Windows 7. It was stressful, Jesus Christ. I did not imagine how stressful it would be because it was very old and it was lagging. Jesus Christ. Sorry. But yeah, it was lagging and I said, no, I can't do this. So I went on the internet, then I found this really cool simulator, this virtual simulator by one very amazing developer where you can actually use Windows XP or on your Mac. So I played around with it. Then I also found another simulator where you can actually get the word art, because I could have easily just done this on Photoshop, but that would be me trying to replicate something that exists. It does. I don't know. Maybe it's just my thing, Sha. It doesn't feel as authentic as using like the main thing, like the source itself. So yeah, and this was the final poster. Yeah, so I covered how it started, the process. Now I'm going to take you on the results, and okay, someone will take you on the results and the reaction.
Okay, so yeah, let's see. So this was the results, right? We didn't only just design posters, we designed an experience, right? Like, we started to think about like what are unique things we can put into the real life experience. If there's one thing that people that have attended the huddle know, is that we start by 6 p.m. You cannot meet the huddle after 8 p.m. Like, we started finding ways to like design the experience that it also speaks into this personality of how we're conveying ourselves online, right? Our experience in terms of how people feel.
It all started in the year 1992,
so, yeah, so this
when I was
is,
first born.
Can we?
I say first born because in Nigeria we've been born quite a number of times. I've been born again and again.
Yeah, so now we can show the video. All right.
It all started in the year 1992 when I was first born. I say first born because in Nigeria we've been born quite a number of times. I've been born again and again and again, especially if you grew up in the Pentecostal family.
I remember telling my parents I wanted to drop out, and when they heard I wanted to drop out, it was like, my dad was like, that's not my son. My son is not going to do that. So I left home since I'm not his son.
I can pretty be under the category of those people that probably came to Lagos for greener pasture.
I hardly really create work from like a deep emotional sense of like, oh, I'm thinking about something, or I'm sad about something. It's usually just, oh yay, that looks nice.
It was my roommate one day that was like, see, you cannot be doing all of these things and taking all of your time and you're not
So yeah, the results.
It all started in the year 1992 when I was first born. I say first born because in Nigeria we've been born quite a number of times. I've been born again and again and again, especially if you grew up in the Pentecostal family.
I remember telling my parents I wanted to drop out, and when they heard I wanted to drop out, it was like, my dad was like, that's not my son. My son is not going to do that. So I left home since I'm not his son.
I can pretty be
All
under
right,
the you know category
what?
of those
Let's
people
just
that probably
move
came to Lagos
on,
for
right?
greener pasture.
With the technical delay.
Yeah, you can find them on YouTube.
Yes, we'll be dropping this actually on YouTube, so you can watch it, right? Okay, so we always like to give thanks to like people that supported us, you know. This is actually part of our presentation, so don't think that this is a glitch.
It all started in the year.
All right. Okay. All right. I think on that note, we can actually end it because this is kind of like a very fun frame, you know. So thank you so much for having us, Lagosmeet. And please go to YouTube, follow the audio, subscribe, and we have so much more coming next year. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Yeah, you guys are beautiful. Thank you. So, as we round up in an epic style, right? Thank you to the huddle. That was awesome. You guys are inspiring, building amazing community of work and body of work that's inspiring a whole generation. So, I would want to call up, you know, the OG, right, as they put it. But before we do that, I just want to thank all of the amazing partners and sponsors that we've had. Meta has been amazing. They've supported us from the beginning. They were like, yo, we had to do this. And I think that, you know, their platforms are amazing canvases for the next level of storytelling, right? For me, I always say that, you know, from the oils that, you know, the Impressionists used, right? That was technology, to printing, to the internet, right? All of these were new technologies, and now we all just take it as, okay, that's just the way to express ourselves. This is where we are now, right? With XR, with generative AI. Trust me, your kids will be looking at you. Okay, maybe not your kids, but, you know, it's transformative what's happening, and we're seeing it live, right? So we want to thank Meta, we want to thank Unreal Engine. We want to thank Frame Giddy, right? So the guys at the back that you've seen in the second lounge, please, please, please. You know, a lot of people want to frame the amazing work that you do, right? As a gift for yourself, right? So check out Frame Giddy, right? There's a challenge that they're putting out there for winners. So we're putting that out to all of you. Who am I missing? Autogirl, so that's luxury logistics, right? So if you want to move in style, basically, and you don't want to do Uber or Bolt, check out Autogirl, right? They're doing amazing things. New Conti, which is my company, right? We're consulting, solving the creative industry's problems by leveraging technology, working with government, with ecosystem partners across board. We're doing a lot of stuff in 2024, so check us out. Of course, The Huddle and many others. Thank you so much. But without further ado, let's call up the OG, Femi Coca.
Thank you guys so much. It's really been awesome. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. It's really been awesome. Really glad that you guys came out for this. The whole essence of Lagosmeet. Oh, and Coventry. Coventry is our partner. They are the ones in charge of the live streaming. And it's been great because, one thing that Coventry has been able to help us do is that we have these conversations many times and it just disappears. So now, for posterity, you can go on YouTube, you can go on their platform, and you can watch all of this anytime you want. All of what has been said. So that's really great. So thank you, Coventry. Yeah. I just want to also thank all of you for coming. I know today's a weekday. A lot of you had to make time for it. I want to also thank, this wasn't put together by me alone, right? It was put together by a whole team. Like, you don't even want to know, right? And we've been planning this from the beginning of the year, So it took a lot of, really talented, really amazing people to work on this for this to actually come out this way. So I am really grateful. I also want to let you know that it doesn't end here. We have an after party again today at the Corner Lagos in Admiralty. So yeah, this is it. There's also going to be a 10% discount on food and drinks. Attendance is free, but yeah. So thank you for that. I'll say that if you want to leave, let's just leave maybe together. But we're going there now right after this is over. And tomorrow. Asha Koteri is having a party. Next slide. So Asha Koteri is having a party tomorrow, and they're giving it a 7.5 discount on their tickets. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So, it doesn't end here, but thank you guys so much, and hoping to see you at the after party.